Welcome, one and all across the nation and around the world. I welcome you all to the third straight week of the TFT Extra play-by-play stream of the week. I'm your host, Drew Willingham, and we are back for another week of fun-filled action. As tonight we've got the Arlington Renegades taking on the Birmingham Stallions at home. The Stallions, the reigning defending UFL champions, and tonight they host the Arlington Renegades, who were the XFL champions not too long ago before the two leagues of the USFL and the XFL merged. I am Drew Willingham, and we are back for another fun-filled week of TFT Extras. Stream of the week brought to you by SIRTOBA Media, the play-by-play with myself, Drew Willingham. Now they have the two teams getting on the field. Let's take a look at what these two teams look like when it comes to this right here and right now with the UFL and these two teams, the Renegades and the Stallions. The Stallions, who are 1-1 to start this year, are hosting the undefeated Arlington Renegades, who are making their mark and coming in here off of the shoulders of Luis Perez, who is a recent MVP of the league. We got to take a look at the players from these two teams. And with that being said, with the roster of the Arlington Renegades, they come in here not only with the quarterback known as Luis Perez, but you've got Javonte Payton, who's a receiver who's returning to this team, as well as Tyler Vaughns, Deontay Burnett, and the running back that they have, Day Hunter and Kalen Ballage. The duo of those two have been great for this team as well. We've got Sick Diggy in the house saying, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time once again. Welcome to TFT Extras UFL Friday Night Football. Grab your drinks, grab your nachos. It's about to get wild. And as you know, when it comes to sick, sometimes when it comes to the sayings that I have, sometimes it's You like that? You like that? Shout out to Cole Johnson for that one right there. Was that a total?
Surprise, motherfucker.
I don't think it was, because at least we're not here talking basketball. And
okay.
We're here tonight talking play-by-play action of UFL football once it gets underway here shortly. And we will also be talking a little bit of WWE and Friday Night SmackDown, as I have kind of like the multi-stream play-by-play as Randy Orton is on your screen on WWE's Friday Night SmackDown right now as we await the start of UFL action. Is the double simulcast a total?
Surprise, motherfucker.
I hope it's not, because when you're dealing with me, you're dealing with watching a show and a play-by-play and a stream, you will not be taking this. We are here for the start of 4 games for the UFL for this weekend. Tonight is the Friday night game, the one and only game of the Friday, between the Arlington Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions. Followed by, you have the other 3 games between Saturday and the 2 on Sunday. Saturday, you have the Houston Roughnecks traveling to Memphis to take on the Showboats, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. And you have the San Antonio Brahmas traveling to Michigan to take on the Panthers in Ford Field, the home of the Detroit Lions, at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. As well as the DC Defenders traveling to St. Louis to take on the Battlehawks, which could be the ultimate game of the weekend for this league, as the Battlehawks have been laying it down this season. And you also got to look at the DC Defenders, both teams undefeated to start this year out. When you look at this 2-0 versus 2-0 matchup, the only 2 undefeated teams that'll be facing off against each other this week, as the other one is here tonight in the Arlington Renegades, as they are on the road to take on the Birmingham Stallions. Tonight, we are live for the play-by-play here on April 11th, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. It is still a commercial break for Fox, but I'm keeping you active right here and now at the start of this program, so you can see some of the cool transitions that were made to get this show ready to rock and roll here tonight. As The 2-0 Renegades are now on the screen along with the Birmingham Stallions. They're playing the transitions. They're getting it ready to rock and roll here tonight. I'd say here within the next 90 seconds, we should have a kickoff, and we should be able to talk about it here and now as we are here live for the Total Football Talk Extra play-by-play. Again, I'm Drew Willingham here. You can check myself out before the haircut on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, on my platforms here for SIRTOBA Media, as well as at SIRTOBA.com. You can also check myself out again here before the hair on Instagram, which has been booming over the past year. Shout out to all of y'all who have been tuning into my stuff there with the reels, as well as X, Snapchat, and what makes me an old person by using Facebook out here. So to those of you tuning in for the first time, thank you as always. If you are new to these platforms, whether you're watching this live on YouTube, X, formerly known as Twitter, or on Twitch, hook me up with a subscribe. Hook me up with a like and share of this video if I'm not doing a shit-tastic job, as yes, it is only on my own platforms tonight, so I will say whatever the expletive I want here and now when it comes to that. But thank you for that, for tuning in as you are watching this live on
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
And also shout out to my guy Sick Diggy, who is like our number one fan here of the platform for SIRTOBA Media, tuning into the majority of my products live, whether it's myself, Kyle Nash, Corey Mann, Cole Johnson, between all of our products that we have going on here live each and every week. It is you that is the main one that is here each and every week. And I kind of went a little off the rails as I was getting ready to discuss the teams that are out here right now. As we were talking about the Arlington Renegades and the highlight players for that team, let's talk about the Birmingham Stallions for a minute, who they've got. AJ Thomas, their player over there, strong safety over there. He's been one person who has made some noise over there for the Birmingham Stallions. These two teams led by Bob Stoops for the Renegades and Skip Holtz for the Stallions are the two head coaches. When you look at those two that are on the screen right now, Stephen Gilmore, the cornerback for the Stallions, not to confuse with Stephon Gilmore, I believe is a relative of him. I can't remember if he is a brother of him or a cousin, but he is the cornerback for the Stallions as we just had the kickoff return to the 23-yard line. And the Birmingham Stallions kick that off to the Renegades as Luis Perez is trotting out to the field right now. I can now get the play clock to 14:56 as that's where it stopped at. And again, remember, I am a noob when it comes to this clock. So give me a little bit of a break as I'm doing the best I can out here as it is 14:56. And again, between the players to watch, you got to look at Sal Cannella and Isaiah Winstead of the offense for the Renegades as well. Sal Cannella reminding me of what like Sam Laporta is to the Detroit Lions, as there's been a handoff now, and he just keeps running. Day Hunter takes it up for what it appears to be a first down, like literally carry the whole offensive defensive line on that. I'd give him a first down on that for just mother, father, and effort. Hell of an effort right there by old Day Hunter. Yep, first down. Shout out to him for getting that first down. I don't even have to adjust the downs. First down for him. And again, keep your comments going. I will acknowledge them throughout the broadcast. As we have a first down. Fake handoff. Well, no, it is a handoff to Kalen Ballage. It will be stopped at the goal line. Well, not the goal line, but it looks like we're going to have second down. Oh, it's for a loss. He lost 2 yards on that. 2nd and 12. So I can add a down. We can take away. Well, no, we can add 2 yards to that. As my man went down for 2 yards. Shout out to him for trying. He tried, but he didn't quite get it. So again, if you bring in the comments, I will acknowledge.
Acknowledge me.
That I will. As it's 2nd and 12. It looks like we have a complete pass to number 14, Isaiah Winstead. He's either going to be down a yard short of the first down, or they will give him the first down here. We're about to find out. I think they're going to give him the first down. It was a spot-on, nice little pass. Appears to be a slants play that he was on the right side, hooked in, which you could call a hook and ladder, a little bit of hook and ladder slants play. Came on in, caught that, took it for what I will say is the first down. Yep, they gave him the first down. So 1st and 10. Let's go ahead and reset that. The clock is correct as far as the play clock, as far as the time on the clock. Ballage takes the handoff, is at the 38-yard line, goes down back at the goal. So we're going to have 2nd and 10, it looks like. I don't think they're going to be ferocious enough to take away a little bit from him and make it be 2nd and 11. I see it. Yeah, 2nd and 10. I was correct. So 2nd and 10. Clock is correct. 12:38 on the clock right now as the Stallions trying to come up with something defensively to stop this Renegades team that has been hot for the first 2 weeks of the season, looking to go 3-0 for the first time in UFL history for the Arlington Renegades. For Luis Perez, 1 for 1 on the day so far for that 13-yard pass that he had to Isaiah Winstead. And he throws what looks to be a little dink and dunk pass. It's incomplete. Clock is going to stop at 12:14. So let me add a little bit of time on there. We're going to have a 3rd and 10 on this. 3rd and 10 with 12:14. Renegades with the ball. The one thing that I am mother-fathering up over here is gotta show who's got the mother-father in possession. In the possession right now is in the favor of the Renegades. So I give them the possessions. There it is. You can see the little arrow. They have it. Play clock at 5, 4, 3, 2, and hike. There it is. I said and hike. Nice. Let me go ahead and fix the clock because we did lose a little bit of seconds while I rambled on there for a second. So we have an incomplete pass by Luis Perez. It's going to be 4th and 10. Clock. See, the weird thing about the UFL is the clock and how it runs. The clock is still running. So we have a 4th down punt. Is that Marquette? That's Marquette King, former punter for the Oakland Raiders, now Las Vegas Raiders. Still punting his way around the league. I got to look him up real quick and see how old this dude is. Kicks a nice little coffin corner kick almost. It kind of dies, but then bounces. And the Renegades look like they down it on the 4-yard line. Great on them. They down it on the 4-yard line. We're going to have possession for this team at 11:07 on the clock. Possession for the Stallions as we come back from a commercial break. Fox is taking a break, and so are we. We'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels.
rock and roll.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
It's OBS stream, but we are back. As it now shows me back on the screen, the UFL is back. It is 10:49 here on the air as we have 11:07 on the clock. The Stallions have the ball. It is 2nd and 11 here on the clock. Let me go ahead and take about 20 seconds off of here. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I experienced a little bit of technical difficulty for a second over here on the stream, but let me go back to adding a few more seconds as it's now 3rd down and an incomplete pass right here. Let me go ahead and take away the commercial break. Looks like Ike was here during the commercial break as well. Shout out to you guys who are just now tuning in for the first time. Getting on here in the stream is OBS and StreamYard. Looks like they're out here messing around out here in the streams. Let me go ahead and add another second as we now have the exact one with that. It is 3rd and 8. I'll adjust that in a second. Corral drops back, and the pass is intercepted by number 1 of the Renegades, who was not touched down. He's going to return this back to the 10, but they're actually going to call him down. It's going to be 9:47 on the clock. But nice interception by number 1. I'll get his name here in a second for you, as he did almost return that for a pick 6. That was wild, but based on how he was lined up, I'm going to say he was a cornerback. And Powell, it looks like that was his last name that shows up. Let me scroll down the list for the Renegades here. It's number 1. I'm trying to find him on the roster because I have not seen him during the play-by-play before. So let me see if I can scroll down and find him real quick. Joe Powell. He's normally on the special teams, but playing back there at cornerback, brings the ball back to the Birmingham 38 is what we have. Shout out to him for that nice play. 9:47 on the clock. Well, the Renegades, since they have the ball, I can just leave the possession on them since I never did switch it on up. It was a 1st down, and they hand it off to Ballage, who takes it to the 23-yard line. Will be a little bit short of the 1st down. I'd say it'd be about 2nd and 2, 2nd and 3, somewhere in there. Looks like they did get a stoppage of the clock, but now they're going to have it run again. That's what's so weird about the UFL rules, man. Like, the Ballage on that nice little sweep play, that was nice. Shout out to him for what he's done. He was my grand champ of the week on Total Football Talk, our Monday program, which I'll talk more about that here in a little bit, as I have a special announcement for that Cole and I discussed the other day. It looks like they handed it off to Hunter, who's going to be short of the 1st down. It's going to be 2nd and 7, if I were to guess. 2nd and 7 on this one. 2nd and 8. 2nd and 8 on this call right here. To those of you just tuning in to Total Football Talk's extra stream of the week, that we have to say for our game of the week. Play-by-play here and now for Total Football Talk Extra. So shout out to you guys for just now tuning in to this. It's 2nd and 8 here as Perez hands this off. Looks like to number 3, Payton. Old Payton takes the handoff. Payton is going to be short of the 1st down. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1 for good old Payton. See what he can do here on this call right here now. 3rd and 1 for him on this play. I got to get this adjusted a little quicker for you guys. I think they're going to be stopped. It's going to be 4th. It's either going to be 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, I'd have to say here. He did not get the 1st down. He got held up right here. After we get to this 4th down play, we'll see what you guys have here in the comments as far as Sick and Ike. Haven't got a chance to really check it yet. It's 4th and 2. Those who are just tuning in, we are streaming the Arlington Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions doing the play-by-play of the week as the Renegades, the UFL, are 2-0. For the Stallions, who are 1-1, the defending champions they are, 32-yard field goal attempt by the Renegades is good on 4th and 2. We have a score finally in this game. The Renegades are now up 3-0, but there is a flag with 7:25 on the clock. And we're going to see what this flag is before we completely reverse everything. But the Renegades still technically have possession of the ball right here and now with 7:25 here in the first. Looks like infraction of the zoo. Wow. No way. Let me look at this replay real quick before I even talk about it, because I saw the referee talking about it. There are 12 players on the field for the Stallions, and there's going to be a first down for the Renegades. They're going to take this back. They're going to have a first down, and it's going to be 1st and goal on the 10 for the Renegades here. Wow, what a turn of events. That's why you got to get your rotation off of there in enough time. As they hand the ball off of Ballage, who takes it for about 3 yards. We're going to have 2nd and goal here. Wow. Wow. For those of you who are just watching or Sick Diggy, let me know what your thoughts about that are, where you have 12 people on the field. You have the opportunity to just give up 3 points right there because, of course, you set them up for a 32-yard field goal attempt, but then you have 12 players on the field, and you give up the easy first down to this team where it's now a 2nd and goal on the 7-yard line. I could at least put that for you. I could at least put 2nd and 7, but pass attempt to Isaiah Winstead's going to be no good. It's going to be 3rd and goal now for this team known as the Renegades. 3rd and goal. Wow. 3rd and 7, whatever you want to call it. We got to adjust the play clock. Or not the play clock, but the actual time clock. Nice pass by Perez. It was just well defended by number 36 of the defense for the Stallions. 3rd and goal. We have 6:27 on the clock. Well, actually, the clock is running now because of the way the weird UFL rules are that I still need to look more into when it comes to the time. But with 4 seconds on the play clock, Luis Perez takes the call and gets sacked at the 9, loses a couple yards. It's now 4th and goal for the Renegades. What do you do here? They dropped him back to the 9. It looks like they will more than likely kick this like they did before. I don't think they're going to get lucky enough to have another 12 people on the field for the other team situation. But they are going to have a situation of a field goal attempt here with 4th and goal, but it's on the 9-yard line, so I'm leaving it at 4th and 9. It's 27-yard total attempt. The field goal is good yet again, and we're going to give them the 3 points for the attempt. We can go ahead and reset everything now because that is good to go. The Renegades now have a 3-0 lead with 5:40 on the clock. Fox is taking a break, and so are we. We'll be back on the other side of the commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live. every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome. SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Welcome back to the Total Football Talk Extra Stream of the Week. It is a 3-0 ball game as the Renegades are up 3-0 right here and right now as there is a kickoff with 5:40 on the clock. They have returned it to the 31-yard line, it appears, as we now have the Stallions on the field. And I can take 5 seconds off for that kick. The Birmingham Stallions have 5 turnovers this season, 4 interceptions, as well as one of those being tonight. This is not looking good for the Stallions already. We now have Matt Corral coming back into the game. They are down 3-0, but if he turns this ball over again, you bet him dollar or your bottom dollar that Skip Holt is going to sub him on out for Case Cookus. Not going to mess around. Case Cookus, veteran in this league as well. We've seen him before as Corral has a nice 15, 16-yard pass completed for a first down, getting the job done. Way to not suck, Matt Corral. 1st and 10 for them right here and right mother Father, now, when it comes to that, I'll do this for you.
Acknowledge me.
For that, I will, as there's another pass and a completion for first down. He's looking like a professional. That is Matt Corral. We have another first down. This team looks pissed off. Clock begins to run again. 5:02. On the 37-yard line. Corral takes it for the run. He's going to run it up about 2 yards short of the first down. We're going to have 2nd and 2. He is not messing around out here in these streams. We're going to give him a 2nd down. We're going to adjust the yardage as well. I'm going to say 2nd and 2, and that's what it is. 2nd and 2, 4:40 on the clock. Everything right. They are on the 27-yard line, it appears. Clock continues to run. 2nd and 2. They're going to hand the ball off. And a little short of the first down. It's going to continue to be the set of downs that it is. And we're going to be on 3rd down for the Birmingham Stallions. For Ricky Person, the running back here, as well as CJ Marable. These two running back duos struggling tonight. Struggling a little bit out here in these streams for them. 3rd and 2 on this. Let's see what they can do right here and now. Corral 3 of 4, 38 yards with an interception. It looks like they're going to hand it to Marable, who's going to be short of the first down. I'd say 4th and 1 is what they're going to have. I think he gets about a yard on that. Yeah, he does. 4th and 1 on this. Clock continues to run for the Birmingham Stallions. They are in field goal range on the about the 25-yard line. But they're going to go for it on 4th and 1. They're not messing around. Are they going to hand it off to Marable Person or no? Corral's going to take it up. They're going to try their own version of the tush push and get the first down from what it appears. I would say they haven't signaled yet. The 3:15 on the clock. They're still looking. They're looking at the replay here. They don't know if it's a first down or not. I'm going to say it is. I'm going to acknowledge it.
Acknowledge me.
But it's not official yet. They're still looking at the replay here. I say he got the first down, ladies and gentlemen. I say he did. And first down it is. 1st and 10. We can adjust it for both. 1st and 10. 2:46 on the clock. Marable runs it. He's got about a 2-yard gain. We're going to have 2nd and 8 right here and right now for the Birmingham Stallions. But at least they got that first down to at least extend what their drive is to this point. as they're at second down, 2:27 on the clock. Oh, they actually is just second and 9. They only gave him a yard. It looked like 2. I think he got robbed of 1. Trying to get some color commentary in here for those who have the ability to watch the game and do this with me live. Been talking to a few folks. Hopefully within the next week or so, I can have something like the Manicast. There's a nice pass to Jay Sternberger, who fumbles it in the end zone, but was he across the plane before he scored the touchdown? It looks like number 5, Harris of the defense, may have recovered it. Sternberger, who was at the... Wow. I got to look at this replay. They swatted it out as he was at the 2-yard line. Sternberger, the tight end for the Stallions, had the opportunity of the game to go up with the leading score. There's 2:01 on the clock. They're going to timeout, or not timeout, but a commercial break, and so are we. I can't believe it. I can't mother, father, and believe it. It was a nice pass by Correll to Sternberger on the 2-yard line. He gets swatted out by Harris and recovered by him. Wow. Commercial time. I'll see you guys here on the other side. I can't believe that, as the Renegades now have the ball back with 3-0 lead that they have. See you on the other side.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And we're back to this UFL Friday Night Football contest between the Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions. Let me remove the banner as we are back for the TFT Extra Stream of the Week. Jay Sternberger fumbles the mother, father in football here. Well, I don't know why my camera's not there. There we go. Miles Dorn, number 46, the safety, is the one that forced the fumble of Jay Sternberger. And Harris, number 5 of the defense, recovered it. Renegades now on 1st and 10. A little swing pass. Say he got about 4 yards on that. I'm a little bit behind. Say about right at 140. So, yep, we're right there with that. 2nd down. Let me see what the yardage is here. 2nd and 4 with that. Wow, this has been a game of turnovers. The Stallions have an interception and a fumble that they've given up to the Renegades. Now, as the Renegades remain hot, Luis Perez, a 1st down pass that happened so fast. It was to number 8 of the offense. We now have a 1st down. A 1st down for this offense. Wow, this team has been absolutely on fire this year. The clock is right as far as the game clock. It's 1st and 10. Total yards, Stallions have 71 to the Renegades 55, and they're the ones down 3-0 and have 2 turnovers. Giving up an interception and a fumble to the Renegades here, and they capitalized with the field goal the last time. Let's see if they can capitalize with the score here. They do a fake end around, and it is a pass. It was incomplete to number 8. There is a flag with 46 seconds on the clock. Let me go ahead and adjust that real quick. Let me go ahead and show the flag as well so you can see on the screen. They're discussing what that flag is. I'm going to say it was pass interference, probably on the defense, the way that number 8, which I'm going to find out what this guy's name is. Oh, yep, pass interference on the defense. They're going to show the replay right now. We're going to see what this actually is. It is, yeah, because he hit him a little too soon. It's number 26 of the defense for the Stallions, and it's Tyler Vaughn's of the offense of the Renegades, number 8. And I should have known better. I think he switched his number last year, but he's been with this team for a couple of years. Day Hunter, number 17, takes it for a handoff as the clock is now down to about 20. I think they're going to let it run now as it's 2nd and 6 with about 14 seconds. So 2nd and 6 on the clock. The clock is now running down. And I think they're going to let it run down to the end of the first quarter, and we'll probably have a timeout. Yep. It is the end of the first quarter. It is 3-0. I need to take that little flag away from there. But we're going to go to a commercial break just as they are for the end of the first. We'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break, and we've got some special announcements for you here in about 2 minutes when we come back. We'll see you then on the other side of this promo break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side, commanders.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
And we
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
And we are back from the commercial break. Sorry about the extra loopy on the transitions with the double play for that. But we are back for this show known as
Total Football Talk Extra.
Absolutely. As you're here for the stream of the week between the Arlington Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions, I'm your host, Drew Willingham, and we are here for the live action. It's 3-0 here for this game as it's the start of the second quarter. If you are a fan of professional wrestling, SmackDown is also on. I'll provide some updates throughout the night as we are 1 week away from WrestleMania. Got some things to say about that. The Renegades had the time of possession for 10 minutes of the first quarter, and that's why they are dominating with the lead, and they are undefeated to start this year out. We're going to see much more action from them throughout this season, you better believe. With the handoff to number 17, Day Hunter, it looks like, with it now down to 14:50 on the clock, I can go ahead and adjust it correctly. It's 3rd and 7 as he lost a yard on that play. So unfortunately, it goes from 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 7. He loses a yard on that. We're going to adjust it to affect it all accordingly. If you're tuning in for the first time to this platform, do us a favor and click that subscribe button, as well as click that like button to help us out here with the algorithm so people can find us out here with this stream as we are live. There's a flag out here. As I can go ahead and click that flag button. 14:20 on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and add a few seconds back. It's 3rd and 7. And it looks like there's a little bit of movement up front. There's going to be encroachment on the Stallions as the Renegades, who still have possession, are going to see the benefit of this. Gain a little bit of yardage on that. So 14:20 on the clock. Luis Perez is 5 of 8 for 46 yards on the day. Gets a little bit of help. It now gives them 6 yards. That's weird because they now have a 3rd and 1. I thought you would just get 5 yards on that, not 6, but apparently you do. And Ballich takes this for a handoff, gets about 3 yards on the carry. They will get first down right here and now. This is right at 14. So I'm going to go and adjust the clock down. It is now correct. They have a first down and 10. And they're going to see the benefits of all this as I can go ahead and take the flag away right here and now. The clock continues to run. It is 13:44 out here. 1st and 10 for this Arlington Renegades team. 3-0 for them. We'll see what they can do, if they can do anything right here as they are on the 43-yard line. Perez, little handoff, little pitch back to Perez, little flea flicker action. He airs it out deep. It is going to be an incomplete pass to Tyler Vaughns, but they're going to probably call pass interference on the 1-yard line. Wow. Pass interference on the 1. We have a flag. That's what I were to guess right here. That's a first down, little flea flicker pass. 13:21 is what they have on the clock. It was 1st and 10 on that play. They're showing the replay again. Yeah, there was a little touch and go action there on the 10. And then he did it again right there before they leaped up into the end zone to try to have a play. Man, almost something right there when it comes to Tyler Vaughns. He's a hell of an athlete. He's been doing great things for this Renegades team for the past few years, and it shows what he's done out here on this field. But when it comes to the defense of the Stallions, what are they going to do? Did they call it? Yep, they called it a penalty. The Stallions now have 4 penalties already in this game that have cost them 35 yards. It's going to be 1st and 10, but they're going to give it to them on the 29. They're not going to move them all the way up to the goal line as I had thought. Little drop back pass, incomplete for Perez, 12:55 on the clock. Let me go ahead and affect that or adjust that accordingly as we now have a 2nd and 10. Clock now runs again because they've reset the ball. That must be what they do on incomplete passes. Once they reset the ball to the ground, that's when the clock goes. Perez 5 of 9, 46 yards with that incomplete pass now. WWE SmackDown at halftime. Well, not halftime, but a commercial break. Perez trying to air it out again. And incomplete for Tyler Vaughns again. And it looks like we have another pass interference flag. As the other one wasn't pass interference, it was holding. It was defensive holding. That's what would stop them before they even got to that point. So I was incorrect on that. Let me go ahead and adjust myself in real time. This time it is pass interference. It will be a first down. And it looks like they're going to call it and give it to them on the goal line. This is another turn of events where this is now the 5th penalty for this Birmingham Stallions team. This was actually in the end zone, so they're going to have to give it to them on the goal. 4 penalties just in this drive alone. 4 of those 5 penalties. But I guess because it's in the end zone, they're not going to give it to him right there on the 1. They're going to give it to him on the 15. And now it looks like are we going to have a penalty on the Renegades now? What? Come on, guys. 12:05. Looks like the Renegades called a timeout so they didn't lose any yardage there. They took a timeout and a commercial break. We'll take one, too. See you here in a minute.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these 2 football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk.
Welcome back
Extra.
to Total Football Talk Extra as we are live for this special Friday night edition for the 8 o'clock contest between the Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions here on SIRTOBA Media as we are doing the play-by-play for the Fox game between those 2 teams. As it's 12:05 on the clock, it's 1:10. Well, 1st and 10, 12:05 on the clock. The Renegades with Luis Perez is 5-9 for 46 yards on the 15-yard line. We're going to see some action from him right here and now as they hand it off to Ballage. He's going to take it back to the line of scrimmage. We're going to have a second down. Second down for this team known as the Renegades. Ballage doing the best he can on this day. But when it comes to this Renegades offense, he's carried the ball 7 times for 15 yards, averaging 2.1 yards per carry. And I got to go ahead and adjust the clock here as well, as again, I'm a little bit of a noob with that. It's where once I get a little bit of help with the play-by-play action, as far as a color commentary person, I can click these buttons while they're talking to. A little bit of load off. A little bit of a pass by Perez to the 10-yard line. Still going to be 3rd down as the time on the clock is correct. But I'm not doing a play clock as that'd be way too much to keep up with here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be 3rd down. 3rd down for this team. 3rd and 5. Let me go and adjust that for you. 3rd and 5 for the Renegades. Time on the clock is correct. Perez, 6 of 10, 50 yards, 60% completion. They are 1 for 4 on 3rd downs, 4.8 averaging per those 4 attempts. And they are at a 3rd and 5, so let's see what they can do. Perez is going to be sacked about 6 yards short. It's going to be 4th down. They are going to have to kick another field goal. Holy shnikes. I'm going to say 4th and 11. They might just call it even 4th and 10. But 4th down. is where we're at. Sick Diggy. I'm not gonna take a commercial when they take one next time. I'm gonna actually stay here and acknowledge your comments. You've been lighting it up and saying some great things in there. I gotta do this for you when it comes to acknowledging my man out here in these streams. Sick Diggy doing the work.
Acknowledge me.
4th and 12, field goal attempt here. Field goal is good. Let's go ahead and give it to the Renegades. They are now up 6-0 on the 4th and 12. That is a mishap there. 4th and 12, 9:56 on the clock is what they have. But 9:56 is what they are. They are at a commercial, but I'm going to stay live here for you. That was the Renegades who have the ball. The Stallions will have it with 9:56 as long as they return everything just fine. I mean, they've not been playing all that great with the turnovers and the penalties. With 5 penalties so far in this game, it has been absolutely terrible to watch. You got the 2 turnovers. It's been terrible to watch as far as them and what they've done when it comes to their penalties. And all that is there for the Stallions. But when it comes to my guy Sick Diggy out here, he's got some good comments. I'm going to go ahead and see between him and Ike and the Yos. But for those of you who are just now tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time once again. Welcome to TFT Extra's UFL Friday Night Football. Grab your drinks, grab your nachos. It's about to get wild out here in these streets.
You can't handle the truth.
At least you're not watching this. This is not a dumpster fire. This is all a bunch of fun because I'm going to tell you a lot of these throughout this contest.
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
Absolutely. And if you are seeing me glitch out here, I apologize. Might be experiencing some internet issues as there is some weather issues in this area right here and now where I live on the East Coast.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Been a bunch of rain all day, so you might be looking at this and doing this. But please, do it to me, but don't do it to the product. When it comes to the comments, Ike says yo, as well as what's up everybody out here in the YouTube chat, as well as the clock's running, /stopping is at the discretion of the clock manager, as well as the officials on the field, according to official rule book out here in these streams. But when it comes to one person and one person only at their discretion deciding it, as the kickoff is underway, we now have the clock running to 9:51. Let me go ahead and take that as the Stallions officially have the ball. It is 1st and 10 for them. Let's see what else we got out here between the what's goods with everybody. Given that the UFL season is 10 weeks long, with each team having 8 games and 2 bye weeks, every single game counts. Actually, it absolutely does. You can't afford to lose games, and those teams that are 0-2 right now, and we'll talk about them a little bit more here in a little bit, cannot afford to be them right here and now. I'll acknowledge your comments here after this next play. It is 1st and 10. Corral steps back, airs it out to number 81. Are they going to give him the catch? They're going to have a flag. There is a flag on this play with 9:44 on the clock. Are they going to say pass interference for number 2 on the defense, even though I believe 81 caught that ball? Pass interference on the offense? Don't tell me they just called it on the offense, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you tell me right here and now. Oh, no. And it looks like he got 2 feet in. Oh, well, he dropped the ball as he went out. So you would kind of have to have, he didn't have full possession of that because they're showing the replay. Well, it's kind of close. It was once his elbow hit, that's when he dropped it, and he was already out of bounds. But the penalties for the Stallions, they called that on the Stallions for offensive pass interference. So it wouldn't have even mattered. 6 penalties on the day, 60 yards. It's 1st and 20 right now for this team. Let me go ahead and make it 1st and 20. This is absurd how they have played so far in this half. I don't know how, but the games that I have covered so far, this is now the 3rd straight week of doing this, they've turned out to be dumpster Pelican matchups. It's now 2nd and 20. Let me go and take the flag away. But yeah, 2nd and 20 right here and now, based on the offensive interference by the Birmingham Stallions. Wow. When it comes to Birmingham Stallions and the way they're playing, you do. You absolutely do. As Corral drops back, and it looks like it's going to be another incomplete pass. We're going to have 3rd and 20. They are doing an absolute terrible job. It is 3rd and 20. You've got the Arlington Renegades playing like championship team already. Corral 4 of 7, 60 yards and an interception, as well as the team fumbling the football by Jay Sternberger, fumbling the football, damn near in the end zone. In the 6 penalties by this team between offense and defense combined for 60 yards are cost. They're absolutely sucking tonight. They are absolutely sucking tonight. Glad I'm not a fan of either one of these two teams. I'm just passionately covering this game. Telling you, as Corral drops back, he actually has a complete pass to number 3 for a first down. Would you believe it? Would you just look at it like Ed Bassmaster would say? It's first down. It's first mother, father, and down. You had to be in a deep hole. You had to be in the deep hole by first. Well, it was 3rd and 20. Go for it. Throw it out to number 3. Get the first down that way in order to make some noise. You're down 6-0. Game's not over. But Amari Rogers, number 3, had to bail you out. Corral's not going to throw an incomplete pass. As it's 7:45 on the clock, let me go ahead and adjust that. We're going to have a 2nd and 10. So I can go ahead and calm the expletive down. Calming the expletive down out here is always a good thing. We've also been on the other side of not calming down. Those of you who know me know the story. Been there, done that, discussed it. Should write a book about it. Maybe one day. Right here and now. As the Arlington Renegades leading 6-0. It's 2nd and 10 for the Stallions, who finally, for the first time in this game, are making some real noise, except for when they fumbled the ball at the goal line. And as they were at midfield, it's not going to be 3rd down. I think they might have lost a yard on that. 3rd and 10. Nope, still going to be 3rd and 10. Clock is going to be actually continue to running down to 6:58, so I need to adjust that because I was looking at the screen, rambling with you guys. So, yep, clock is now correct. It is 3rd and 10. That is correct. The score is correct. Everything is correct now. As Corral 5 of 9, 88 yards with an interception on the day so far. As he drops back, airs it out again. As their running game really can't do anything against this team. That's why they keep passing the ball. It's now 4th down. I think they need to get back to trying to run the ball a little bit, because I don't even think they're in field goal range. It's now 4th and 10. Clock is correct. Let's see what's going on with this, what they're going to do. I would say they're going to punt this ball. Yep, they're going to punt it on 4th and 10 as they were on their own 48. And the Renegades will take it, kneel it at the 8. And Perez is going to trot back out here. They have an opportunity to do something. UFL and the Stallions, right here and now. Let's see what they can do to defend this Renegades team. It's been hot. They're taking a commercial break, and so will I. I'll get to your I'll get to your comments after this commercial break. See you here on the other side. Thank you, as always, everybody, for being mother, father, and awesome.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk Extras, play-by-play of the week. We are live as the Renegades, who are up 6-0 with 6:04 on the clock, are on the road taking on the Stallions, who don't have an answer for this team, as we are live for the play-by-play right here and now, again with 6:04 on said clock. Here go the Renegades. We shall see what they can do. 1st and 10 for them. The commercial break is over. Let me go ahead and adjust that for you as they hand the ball off. Get about 2 yards with Kalen Ballage. Is going to be second down. Second down for this team. The clock is running. Let me go ahead and adjust that for you guys and also show you that right here. And now, thank you for tuning in. I'm Drew Willingham. Clock is running, and now is, well, I'm a few seconds ahead. Now it looks like we're spot on. Let me see. 5:30. We got 11 rushing yards for Birmingham in comparison to 22 by Arlington. It's pretty close between the two as far as the running attack, while both teams are passing the ball so much. There's going to be a passing first down now by Luis Perez. Ball goes out to the 20. I can go ahead and reset this. As you know, the Renegades have taken a timeout. They still have 2 left in this half. The Stallions have not taken any. They still have all 3 of theirs currently. Clock is currently correct. Those of you tuning in between YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, thank you right now, or Twitter, formerly, or X, formerly known as Twitter. The Renegades have gotten 10 first downs in comparison to the Stallions, 5. But the Stallions have 99 total yards in comparison to the Renegades 66, because the Stallions keep setting up the Renegades with good drives, as they now hand it off to Ballage again, who goes for a -2 yards, it appears. It's going to be second down. I would say it's 2nd and 12. Oh, no, they call it 2nd and 11. 2nd and 11. The time is correct on the clock. Everything is correct on the screen, as you see right here, as we are here for the TFT Extra Stream of the Week, here for this 8 o'clock game tonight. Perez drops back, throws it out to Winstead. Does he catch it for the first down? Do they give it to him? It looks like, as the clock continues to run, they're going to give it to him. It's going to be a 10-yard catch, but it's going to be 3rd and 1, as it was 2nd and 11 before he caught that. So let's go ahead and take the 10 yards away. It's 3rd and 1 right here for the Renegades. The clock is correct. It is 3rd and 1. Everything is set. Renegades do have possession. They're 1 for 5 tonight, as they missed the last one. They've missed the past few. It's 3rd and 1. They're going to hand it off. It is going to be a first down. They're going to hand it off with number 9, who isn't a regular carrier of the football, but he does his job, gets a first down. Does a great job, by the way. Got to give him a mother, father, and shout out. I'm going to look him up real quick and see who in the expletive number 9 is for this Renegades team. Davon Smith. Davon Smith. Clock is correct. It is first down. Everything is correct. We're rocking and rolling. Just under 3 minutes left here in the second quarter, a.k.a. the first half. Pass out to number 21 is complete. We're going to have a second down, not enough for a first. Second down, clock continues to run as they want it to run because they're the ones in the lead with the ball. 2.5 minutes. We're almost at the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 6. I'm going to give you guys here some music here in a second and make sure that I have it throughout the second half because I need a little bit of background music. Usually have it. Oh, it's going to be an incomplete pass. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Let me go ahead and adjust that. Let me go ahead and give you guys some background music while I'm talking about it in 6, since I know you're still out there listening who will definitely comment and let me know. Let me know how this sounds. If it sounds pretty good or if it's too overpowering with my voice. Or if I need to turn it up a little bit. If I need to turn it up a little bit, I can turn it up in notches, but I've still been playing around with that. And it looks like they're going to let it go down to the 2-minute warning. As it is 3rd and 6. They're the ones in control of the ball. 2-minute warning. Renegades go to timeout. I mean, not timeout, but the 2-minute warning, but they're going to go to a commercial break. I'm going to stay here with you and acknowledge your comments so I can get those caught up before halftime. And looks like we were talking about Joe Powell earlier, number 1. Yes, according to the Renegades roster, he's a safety. Yes. An illegal player call. Yikes, with the 12 players on the field. Yes, when we were talking about that. And who wasn't paying attention? I forget, to be honest, at this point. I should have covered that a little bit better. I was just so in awe. I remember looking away from the screen and just kind of doing this when it happened. I couldn't believe that we had 12 players on the field. I couldn't believe it. And yes, he will say by week 5 or 6, certain teams are going to feel the pressure. And that's how it is every year between this league. When you have a league like this, 10 games of a regular season, very impactful. Like you were saying earlier, with the 2 bye weeks, every single game makes a difference, each one. And it never gets old when Tam is crooning on the mic. Absolutely. Because when it comes to that, because Tam is always a great button to click on. You know it, and I know it, when it comes to that button. And I'll have to click on that later on. So let's go through the comments here for a section. I'll make sure during the next commercial break I'll locate that button for you. Oh, sick Dicky. But clearly the Stallions defense came to fight, but not play, but fight. Yes, absolutely. Their defense, but not the offense. Their offense is turning the ball over, and the ones who are primarily, converting the penalties. If it wasn't for all these penalties, they would actually be in this game, even though 6-0 is still in the game. The Renegades, who are up, have the ball now at the 2-minute warning. And you understand that players wanting to play smash mouth style, but there needs to be a level of calm and focus. Let's not get heated, gentlemen. Yes, that's why the penalties are such a drag for the Stallions right here and now. And hats off to both defenses, yes, for having a close game of 6-0. It is 3rd and 6. Both teams lining up right here and now. And both teams with the defensive lines are pulling all of the stops that they can. Absolutely. 3rd and 6. Play clock down to 2. Perez gets the handoff in the shotgun. Little dump pass. Day Hunter. It's going to gain about 4 yards. It's going to be 4th and 2 on this as the clock continues to run. Not enough for a first down, but they do get positive yards out of it. So with that being said, 4th and 1, even better. So do you do the tush push on this play there, Sick Diggy, with a 4th and 1? It looks like we're going to have a timeout by the Birmingham Stallions, so we can take one away for them. Both teams at 2 timeouts right now. And I'll go ahead and add more time as it's 1:51. They want to get the stop here. Either force the Renegades to go for a field goal attempt, as you can go for 3 in this league, as a lead of 9-0 is only 1 possession in the UFL. So you go for a field goal here, and you go up 9. Oh, no, they're out of field goal range. Looks like Marquette King, former NFL punter, is going to be punting the football. On 4th and 1, they're not going to take any chances here. Yeah, that would be like a 70-yard field goal. I got too excited. They didn't show that angle on it. But King's going to go with the actual punt here. Looks like there's going to be a fair catch on the 12th. And with 1:44 on the clock, it will be Stallions football. They're going to go for another commercial, but I'm going to get caught up with the live comments here. And he said the background music is right, not too faint. Smart thinking. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I got, if you saw the intro to this, the new theme song that we got, shout out to Complex, somebody that I met on Instagram, and he actually gave me the rights to his NFL song. So I'm going to actually upload that during the halftime break that I'll have for probably about 4 or 5 minutes for myself. And when I come back from that, we'll see how that song sounds in the background. But yes, the penalties are really, really hampering the flow of the game. It really is, and it's really sad when you have that many penalties for your team, and you look at the matchup. You know, the turnovers, 2 for the Stallions, none so far for the Renegades, and they do a really good job of not turning the ball over. But you know, the amount of times that the Renegades been in the red zone are 2 in comparison to the Stallions, none, because when they had that catch by Sternberger on the goal line that he fumbled, it was like a 20 or 30-yard pass, so it wasn't like they were in the red zone when that happened. You know, and the Renegades are dominating in the time of possession because of the turnovers. So looking at how things are going, the flow of the game is definitely impacted by these turnovers, man. And clearly the special teams of both sides have been the most productive. They absolutely have. And sick, I'll send you the link here towards the end. You know, probably try to bring you in here for the post-game show. You know, you listen in as I'm doing this live play-by-play, and, you know, I might even send you the link at the end of this game, you know, just after the 2-minute warning to get you ready to rock and roll, and we can, you know, talk during the post-game since you're listening in, and somebody that can actually, you know, kind of do a color commentary of the post-game. You know, that might be a great idea if you are, you know, if you're available for that. So that could be an idea, because unfortunately, I couldn't get anybody here in time to do this play-by-play tonight with me with the color commentary. So with 1:44 on the clock, the other team has the ball. It is first and 10. I'll reset it as the Stallions have the ball on the 12. 1:44 on the clock. Corral incomplete pass to Sternberger, who had it on the 20. Going to be 140 with the incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. What in the expletive is going on out here? I swear with this team. You are the defending 3-time and 3-time consecutive between 2022, 2023, and 2024, between the USFL in 2022 and 2023. You are the 3-time consecutive champions of the league, as you just won the UFL championship this last year. And you are playing like absolute trash these first 3 weeks. I don't even know if you get the ball off before the play clock went to 0. They're going to give it to you, the benefit of the doubt, and give you the first down just because I think it's sympathy. But I don't think you got that off in time. I really don't. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't think they got that off in time. They got the first down. Had they not gotten that off in time, they would not have gotten the first down. Corral, 6 of 12, 107 yards with an interception. 1st and 10 for this team. I gotta like watch the clock with my eyes glued to the screen because it's the discretion of some asshole in the booth. I'm just kidding. Incomplete pass by Corral. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. It's 2nd and 10. Come on, guys. Y'all got to give us something. Give us a field goal before halftime, because the Renegades got the ball to start it out. So, I mean, yeah, you get the ball to start the second half, but at the same time, I'm just not liking what I'm seeing from this Birmingham Stallions team through almost 2.5 games. now as we're almost at halftime. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, 2nd and 10. You get your quarterback in the shotgun, steps back, airs it out again because they have no running game, because they have no offensive line this year, and an incomplete pass with 1:25 on the clock. It's 3rd and 10, and this team is upset. Corral, 6 of 14, 107 passing yards, 1 interception. What in the expletive are you doing tonight? 3rd and 10. And it's because you're dancing back there. You're in shotgun. You have no time because the offensive line that they once had for the past 3 years has been depleted. Parts of them have gone to other teams in this league as well as in the NFL. They're 1 of 4 for conversion attempts and another incomplete pass by Corral. It's 4th and 10. And all you can do is hang your head low. You're 6 of 15 on the day. 4th and 10. Wow. You're going to punt it with 1:21 on the clock. Skip Holtz is discussing with his quarterback, he's not looking happy. He is not looking happy. It's like he's not even seeing what the defense is giving him at the same time, because there's certain plays where the offensive line is giving him a little bit of time, but I would say at the same time, looking at what the offensive line has done through 2.5 games, I've said it when I covered another Birmingham Stallions game last week, they look depleted. They look depleted on the offensive line. The Renegades take it. Well, no, it looks like the Stallions will kneel it on the 30. It's going to be 1:12 on the clock. Stallions punt it to the Renegades. And the Renegades, more likely, I would think, are going to run this clock down. I don't think they're going to take any serious chances on this. But yeah, special teams have been the most productive, for both sides, because it's impacted where the Renegades have actually had the ball at. But let's see what we've got here and now. 1st and 10, play clock at 5. Perez takes it. He's going to be in the shotgun. He's going to air it out. Tyler Vaughn's going to take it for a 1st down. Steps out of bounds. Very nice. They still have 2 timeouts remaining. I don't blame them for going for it. I'm not mad at them for doing it either. Because, you're going against a team that's not playing well these past few weeks, but at the same time are still the reigning, defending 3-time champs. You got to give them something. And they're doing it. It's 1st and 10, 107. Tyler Vaughn's been productive for him. Perez, 11 of 16, 89 yards. No turnovers. They're on the 40. 60 yards to go with 2 timeouts. They drop back. Hand it off to Day Hunter. Wow, he's going to take it down to the 41-yard line on the other side. That's going to be about a 12-yard run. A 20-yard run. It's going to be 59 seconds on the clock as the clock stopped. Now it goes because they reset the ball. We've got the clock updated. It's going to be 1st and 10. Shout out to Day Hunter. Talk more about him during halftime and the stats that they have provided. Tyler Vaughn's goes up, but it's going to be an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. Luis Perez almost had a complete pass on the 20-yard line, which would have got him over 100 passing yards on the day. Perez has less passing yards than his opponent on the other side, but has been smarter with the football as far as there have been no turnovers. So shout out to Luis Perez on the other side. He's 11 of 17 for 88 yards. With QBR of 77.6 so far in the first half. Corral 37.4 for a QBR because he's absolutely sucked so far. Number 80, the receiver for the other side, catches it at about the 15-yard line. Clock stops with about 37 seconds. We got another 1st down. Clock is now running because the ball is set, and the guy in the booth decided to click the button. There's going to be a handoff to Day Hunter, who takes it up to about the 10-yard line. I think we're going to have a timeout here finally. Looks like we're going to have a timeout by the Renegades here with 25 seconds. It is going to be 2nd down because it was not enough for a 1st down. But number 80, the receiver on the side for this Renegades team, tight end. I keep calling the receiver, but he's the tight end. The one I give so much praise, looking like Sam Laporta of the Detroit Lions. Number 80, Sal Cannella, the tight end for the Renegades, has been big this year as well as last year. Now Luis Perez with this drive finally eclipsing over 100 yards passing of the day, 115 passing yards for him. It's 2nd and 6. So I now finally have an update on the screen. 2nd and 6. It's the Renegades who took a timeout as well, so they now have 1 timeout left. The Stallions have 2. But I don't think they're going to be taking any more timeouts this half, because the Renegades are more than likely going to control this down to the 0. To the 0. Nice. Luis Perez drops back, and it's going to be a completed pass, but it looks like it's only going to be for a few yards on that. Clock is going to be stopped yet again, I believe, by the Renegades. They're going to take their final timeout here, and they got to be careful because with no timeouts, you have 18 seconds on the clock. It's 3rd down. And I don't think you converted on. I don't think you converted enough to get positive yards. I think it's going to be the same of 3rd and 6. It might be 3rd and 7 because it looked like they might have lost a yard on the play. It looks like they might have. It looks like we might have. By Bennett of the Renegades. It looks like he's actually fooled me for a positive 3 yards, because when it was a little dink and dunk pass, he caught it, he went out, but they gave him the forward progress of 3 positive yards. So the Renegades are going to get a little bit closer with 18 seconds on the clock. It's 3rd and 3. 18 seconds left, not only in the second quarter, but in the first half. And during that last commercial break, I did sneak in the NFL Game Day song by Complex to have as a background theme. We do have a down set hike here to Luis Perez, who tosses it out. Happened so fast. Number 17, Day Hunter. Clock is going to continue to run, but it's stopped on 4th down with 9 seconds because they are setting the ball. I believe it's how it's going to go, but there's a flag actually. Who's it going to be on? Personal foul. Roughing by the defense with 9 seconds left on the clock. It's going to give a 1st down to the Renegades. Come on, guys. 1st and goal now with 9 seconds. It's like you gave them the 2 field goals with the penalties. You're now giving them another scoring option here. 9 seconds on the clock. You go from 4th down here to 1st down. It was going to be 4th down and a field goal attempt to go up by still a possession of 9-0, because you can go for 1, 2, or 3-point conversions. 7 penalties for 64 yards for this Birmingham Stallions on the first half. Absolutely absurd. They're going to call a timeout now because they don't have their formation right, it looks like. That's embarrassing. With 9 seconds left. You're going to take another time. You're going to take a second timeout because you don't have your formation right. You had 13? Oh, my goodness. You would have had another penalty for too many people on the field. From the looks of it. Because I saw 2 people on the side. Wow. You like professional wrestling? An update right now. Looks like you got some Lucha Libre action right here. As Rey Fénix is on your screen doing damage here on WWE SmackDown. 9 seconds on the clock. 1st and goal. Renegades have this. For the stream of the week, they are undefeated and looking to keep it that way as they are up 6-0. 9 seconds on the clock. Let's see what they do right here and now with a 1st down option. Between total yardage for both teams, Renegades 155 to the Stallions 118. 15 first downs for the Renegades in comparison to 6 for the Stallions, and we still have those 2 turnovers by the Stallions that have made a difference in why this game is the way that it is. Perez rolls out to the right. Incomplete pass. That's going to take 4 seconds off the clock. We're going to have a second down with 5 seconds left. It's first and goal. First and goal for these teams right here and now. 5 seconds on the clock. What do you do? Second and goal. This looks like it's going to be a field goal attempt there, so they can be up by a whole possession. Smart move right here by the Renegades, being second and goal. And you missing on that little rollout play with Luis Perez. And they hike it. The field goal is going to be good. It is now 9-0 Renegades. And with that, we now go to halftime. It is now halftime for this game, for this Friday night game of the night between the Renegades and the Stallions. And they're going to commercial break. So are we. We'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break and have a little bit of a halftime show for you. Go through the comments out here, and hopefully none of you do this to me. Only myself to you with some shenanigans. Absolutely. I'll see you here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central. On the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And we're going to keep it going with a little bit of the play-by-play commercial action for you guys here on this Friday night. To have a little bit of loopy action during this halftime break. I will have a halftime show here for you shortly, but we will have another 2 to 3 minutes of commercials before I come back with that halftime show. I'll see you here shortly.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central. On the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete! 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 Delete!
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete! 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 Delete!
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yeah.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Oh yeah, it's that time again. We're back for the Total Football Talk Extra live play-by-play. I am your host, Drew Willingham, and we are here for tonight's matchup between the two teams we've discussed for now a whole first half. And that is the Arlington Renegades, who are on the road taking on the Birmingham Stallions as they are up 9-0, which in the UFL is a whole possession because you can go for a 3-point extra point try on the conversion of a touchdown, as they are being held in Birmingham, Alabama, with the Stallions hosting them and losing. For this 8 o'clock contest, we are back from this commercial break. Let me go ahead and adjust that for you. The play-by-play reaction is here by myself, brought to you by
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
I know you saw it on the commercial a lot, but you're going to see it for another 5 seconds.
Total Football Talk Extra.
Before you see my face, I am back. We are live. The camera has moved, and we are ready to rock and roll tonight for this action here tonight. As you saw another part of my office right there, the green screen and all got shooken around because I got excited on one of those plays right there at the end and must have knocked it on over here tonight. But yes, when it comes to our halftime show, we have got a bunch to discuss tonight. Matt Corral, the quarterback for the Stallions in the first half, 6 of 15, 40% completion percentage, 107 passing yards, averaging 7.1 yards per pass, one interception with a QBR of 37.4. Absolutely playing like somebody who is spearheaded by a bunch of dumpster Pelicans. That is not looking good as this whole team looks like this right now. An entire dumpster fire they are. For that, I must do this.
Acknowledge me.
As the Renegades have 20 minutes and 37 seconds in time of possession in comparison to 9 minutes and 23 seconds to the Stallions. The Stallions also contributing 7 penalties for 63 yards in the first half. Matt Corral, their quarterback, also their leading rusher for the Stallions, 2 attempts for 10 yards with a long for 8, but still has a QBR of 37.4. Luis Perez on the other side for the Renegades, 14 to 21 in passes completed out of attempts, 66.7 completion percentage, 120 passing yards now for 5.7 yards per attempt, averaging less yards per pass, but has a QBR of 81.4 because he's not turning the ball over like Corral on the other side. They don't have much of a running game for either the Renegades or the Stallions tonight, but Dede Hunter does have 5 carries for 27 yards, and one of those carries being a long of 18. So 1 carry for 18 yards, and the other 4 for 9 yards. It's kind of tough. They don't have much of a running game. That offensive line needs to step it up for this team known as the Renegades. Also, Davon Smith with 1 carry for 4 yards. And Kalen Ballage, who was my grand champ of the week in week 1 for what he did for this team, 9 carries for 16 yards, not all that great, averaging 1.8 yards per carry. And one of those 9 carries for 10 yards. So you mean to tell me that he has 8 carries for 6 yards outside of that 1 10-yard run? Not looking good for Kalen Ballage. He needs to step it up. Sal Canella's been, another bright spot for this team this week as he has 2 catches for 30 yards as a receiver, catching both of his targets on the day. Tyler Vaughn's having 3 catches for 22 yards has been a stud for them as well. Between the two of them, 5 catches for 52 yards. But my concern with Tyler Vaughn's is he has 3 catches in the first half on 5 targets, dropping 2. He needs to step it up, as well as Isaiah Winstead, who had 5 targets, dropping 3 of those, only converting 2 catches for 22 yards. Very concerned about this Renegades team in the first half. For the receivers on the other side, for the Stallions, they have 2 catches for 43 yards, that being number 80 himself that I talked about, number 88, my apologies, Cade Johnson. He, again, has 2 catches in this first half, and he needs to step it up a little bit, even though he's the leading receiver, has 2 catches for 43 yards. And Amari Rogers has 1 catch for 28 yards on 2 targets. Jay Sternberger had 3 targets, fumbling 1 of those that he actually caught for 21 yards, caught it for 21 yards, then fumbled it at the 2 when he almost had the touchdown. And this game could potentially be tied right now, or they would just be down like 9-7 at this point. But instead, they're down 9-0 as a result here at halftime because they played like a bunch of dumpster Pelicans as a whole. Matt Corral, again, the leading rusher, and the leading rusher for that team is the quarterback in himself. It's not looking good, and if they don't turn it around, they're going to get shut out tonight, and if they don't like it, it's because of this.
You can't handle the truth.
And overall,
That's terrible.
I know you got to look at them, not me, here tonight. Okay, don't get mad at me.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
When it comes to the way this team is playing, and we are officially now in the third quarter after that rant, because you now have both teams on the field, and the kickoff is there. It is now down to 14:55. Let me go ahead and get the clock back on the field. Showing the timer there, 15 minutes. It is now down to 14:55. Stallions have the ball. And another incomplete pass. So here we go again. Stallions with another incomplete pass on the play. And I can stop the play clock for a second. And now it goes back again because the guy in the booth decided we're going to go ahead and keep running. It's 2nd and 10. Let me go ahead and get our downs right here because it is 2nd and 10. Here in the third quarter. These teams hand off to CJ Marable, maybe for a gain of a yard or so. But it's just depressing watching. The two offensive lines have just been very, very bleak and dismal tonight, the way they played. 3rd down for the Stallions team that needs to do something, and they need to do something now. This is their one and only shot to come back in this game. They actually lost 2 yards on that play. 3rd and 12. Time is correct here as Corral's going to step back, air it out, and we're going to have a completed pass to number 17 of the offense. Finally, a 1st down for this team. Corral finally doing some positive damage here on the other side. Way to go, Corral. Number 17. Let's see who that is over there for the Birmingham Stallions. Marlon Williams, the receiver over there for the Birmingham Stallions from Mobile, Alabama. Played for UCF, so Kyle Nash should know who that is. Let's see what we've got over here for this next play. It's 1st down. They're going to hand it off. It's not going to be for a 1st down. It will be 2nd down. But you did get some positive yardage out of that. It's like Day Hunter's going to be the one that takes the handoff on this play. And there's going to get 6 yards on that. 2nd and 4. Good job for the positive play right there. See what we've got here. Clock continues to run. 2nd and 4. He's going to pass it, but it's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 4 here for the Renegades. Clock stops, 12:34. Now it resumes again. I hate how the one thing I do not like is how the UFL's clock, how it runs. I like how it is a little bit faster in some ways, but I don't like how it's faster based on the discretion of somebody in the booth clicking a button. Like, I don't like that. Stallions 3rd and 4 here, going for it, and they get the 1st down. Mari Rogers with the catch in the 1st. Nice play by him. Saving his offense because Corral has not been the saving grace of this team. You cannot give it to him as somebody is taking the credit for leading this team to a victory because they're down 9-0. Okay. And he is throwing an interception, and they have also fumbled said football. But here, this 1st and 10 as a result of their receiver. They're actually on the other side of the field, and they're going to give a handoff to, is that Marable or Person? It looks like CJ Marable. It's going to be 2nd down, but he will get a few yards. As Marable gets the 2nd down, I'm going to say 2nd and 6, and yep, that's what it is. 2nd and 6 as a result of Marable's run, but we have what looks like an offensive lineman down. That's never good. With 11:28 on the clock, it stops here. They're going to a timeout due to timeout of injury and a commercial break. I'm going to do the same. I'll see you guys here on the other side. Bring the comments in, and I'll bring the music back when I come back from this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be rep right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And the commercials are here. We'll keep it going as they are still there as well.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome. SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
They are now back from commercial break, and so are we. It is now third down as a failed handoff attempt fails to get them a first down for the Stallions. Let me go ahead and take the picture away. We are back. Let me bring my camera back so you can see the live scoreboard and everything that is rocking and rolling out here for this stream. Ladies and gentlemen, 9-0 game out here. Everything is correct with the time. It's 3rd and 3, though. I forgot to give them the progress. It's an incomplete pass. Looks like we will have a 4th and 3 as a result. Got to adjust that. And it looks like they're going to have it resume now. So 10:37:36. Yes, the clock is correct. Birmingham, what do you do? What do you do with this? It looks like they're going to go for a field goal attempt because they are down 9-0. It's your only option because you are on the 35. You'll have to be a 42-yard field goal attempt. And it's going to be good. So finally on the board, the Stallions, they are 9-3 as a result of that field goal. There's still 10:09 on the clock. They're going to commercial break, and so are we. I'll get to your comments after this commercial break.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be rep right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk Extra. I am your host, Drew Willingham, here to bring you the live 8 o'clock game of the week for this week's play-by-play, brought to you by SIRTOBA Media. Again, I am your host, and we are back as the kickoff was just made to the Renegades. We're going to see some action from them again. I can feel it. Looks like a little bit of time came off the clock for that kick. 7 penalties have cost 63 yards for the Stallions tonight, as well as 2 turnovers. Excuse me. That's why they're down by 6 right here and right now. We are no longer at a commercial break. We are back 1st and 10 for the Renegades on the 33-yard line. And it looks like we have a completed pass to number 21, Bennett, out here. Clock continues to run. It is 2nd down, though. He does not have enough for the 1st down. But they gave him enough. Canella has 30 yards. Hunter has 27 on 5 rushes. I mean, these are your first half, leaders for what they did out here for the team known as the Renegades. If you don't have this type of production, they don't have the lead right here and now, as it's 2nd and 6. I think I might be. No, I'm actually spot on with the clock. I thought I was a second ahead, but no, I'm spot on. 2nd and 6 for this team. Let's see what they do. Handoff to Ballage. Ballage takes it for a 1st and more. Looks like for 20 yards. They're down at the 43-yard line. Wow, good job. Kalen Ballage finding a hole in the seam and taking it up on like a halfback dive play on the right-hand side of the line. Nice play by them. Great job by Kalen Ballage. For that, I got to give you that.
Acknowledge me.
Second half, they finally got a little bit more going. They've got 66 total rushing yards now as a result of that play. It is 2nd down now, though, as they just tried to run it and maybe have gotten about a yard or 2 on that run. Nope, they didn't even give him positive yards. 2nd and 10. Okay. We'll see. Perez of Luis, 15 of 22 for his completions out of attempts in passing so far. But Perez of Luis, he has 120 passing yards. I sounded like Matt Hardy when I said Perez of Luis. 15 of 22, 125 passing yards. My apologies. The screen didn't load up in time. It looks like we're going to have a flag, delay a game on the offense, as it's already 2nd and 10. It's going to be 2nd and 5. Oh, no, false start. False start beforehand. I missed that. But still, it's going to cost you. Yep, by number 63. It's like your right tackle. Yep, he calls the false start. So you're going to lose 5 yards on this. Even though the Renegades try to say the Renegades had their first penalty of the day. It's going to be 1st and 15 now. And it looks like we have a completed pass to Sal Canella. I should have stopped the clock on that penalty, but it is running now. So let me go ahead and get it back up to the adjusted time. And we should be good now. Yes, 7:29 it is. It's going to be 3rd and 10. It should have been 3rd and 15. before. I had it at 3rd and 5, so my apologies to those of you paying attention to that. 3rd and 10. The time on the clock is correct. 5 seconds on the play clock. 4, 3, 2. Does he get it off? He does. He gets it off in time. Perez, completed pass to number 3 this time. Gets it about 2 yards short. There will be a 4th down. Number 3, Javonte Payton, the receiver, takes it for what appears to be about an 8-yard catch. Nice play for him. Oh, yeah. I meant to have this as my background music for you guys. Sick Diggy. Let me know how this is the intro theme, how this blends. Is this too loud? Do I need to turn it down a little bit? Does it sound good? Let me know.
Why this beat so complex?
Shout out to Complex for the beat. It's 4th and 2 now. 4th and 2 for this team. I didn't know how much yardage they were going to have as a result of that. But there's going to be a timeout taken. And that's one thing I did not stop beforehand. Oh, I did adjust it. I did adjust it at halftime. So, yes, now the Renegades have 2 timeouts because they took a timeout there. It is 4th and 2. Skip Holtz not looking happy right now on the side of the Stallions. Turn it up just a little bit. Okay. Let me see. How about that? Is that better? Is that a little too loud? Is that still a little too quiet? What do you think, Sick Diggy? Is there 6:17 on the clock and it's 4th and 2 still? What do you think, Sick? Is that too overpowering as background music, or does it sound pretty good? As it's 4th and 2, Perez 17-24. They're 1 for 2 on 4th down conversions. No, I actually turned it up. Looks like there's a flag on the play. Let me try this again. I think this might be too loud. Let me turn it. It feels a little too loud right here with this one in my headset. Yeah, this is it's called NFL Game Day by Complex. I reached out to him on Instagram and he gave me permission to use this. Do I still sound good, or is the music overpowering me? How do I sound? Now this is perfect. Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Sick Diggy. I look forward to getting some clips from this for some YouTube shorts or reels or whatnot at some point. So I need to get back on to making those, as it's now 4th and 7 as a result of that. And we now have a punt. The Renegades finally having a bad drive, as you would say, having to punt it over to Birmingham. It's going to be 6:10 left on the clock. Stallions now have possession. Corral takes it with 6:10 on the clock. It looks like they're going to go to a quick commercial break, and so will we. We'll see you here on the other side of this. I do like this beat, too.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side, Drew
Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk Extra. I am your host, Drew Willingham, here for the 8 o'clock play-by-play of myself here with this game of the matchup between the Renegades and this team known as the Stallions. We are back from commercial break. Let me update this for you and tell you we have an undefeated team in the Renegades, still with the lead here with 6:10 left in the third quarter. And looks like the Stallions now have the ball as a result of the kickoff that we just covered. And they are going to take this and hand it off to what looks like Ricky Person Jr., who takes it for about a positive of 8 yards. You got to give it to Ricky Person Jr. and CJ Marable when they do have protection ahead of them. It looks like they are able to be a formidable duo to get things done for this team and cause havoc as they did last year, which is why this team had their third straight championship in as many years consecutively. Shout out to what they did. And let me go ahead and take this picture away as we are back. And you can see the live scoreboard right here and now as we are live. Matt Corral, 8 of 20, doing a terrible job leading the way as the quarterback, which is why they only have 3 points on the board. Just keeping it 100 as they handed it off to CJ, Ricky Person again. It is third down. He gained 1 yard on that. 3rd and 1. Their rushing attack has not been all that great as the defensive line stuffs them again. Now it looks like for a loss, it's going to be 4th and 2. And if you are the Stallions, what do you do right here and now? Do you go for it? Because when it comes to the Renegades' offensive line, they just go up to them and that's what's happening. They're just that's what's happening with this defensive line. That's what they're doing to the Stallions. And now the Stallions are going to punt it away yet again.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Yes, they have punted it away to the Renegades with 4:22 left on the clock. The Renegades now take over the possession of this football. With 4:22 on the clock in third quarter, they're going to timeout, and so are we. We'll see you here on the other side of this.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete! 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 Delete!
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk Extras, play-by-play of the week. I'm your host, Drew Willingham. We are back from commercial break as the 2-0 Renegades are on the road in Birmingham, Alabama to take on the 1-1 Stallions and have possession of the football with 4:22 left in the third quarter. It's 1st and 10. Luis Perez, 17-24 for 138 passing yards on the day. However, he is struggling outside of that because he hasn't converted much else outside of that, as far as he hasn't passed for any touchdowns. As he's not going to air it out. Incomplete pass. There will be 2nd and 10. Excuse me. Those of you who are fans of WWE, Cody Rhodes is on the screen right now, talking about his matchup with John Cena and talking about the history of championship belts and basically giving his version of why John Cena should not win. So that way he doesn't walk away with the championship. Kind of like what CM Punk was talking about doing back in the day, but didn't successfully do it because he came back. So CM Punk still allowed. Oh, wait, hang on. Looks like we have a timeout. I'm talking wrestling, and I got to pay the expletive attention back to this game. This is still 2nd and 10. There's 3:53 on the clock, but it stops. Looks like we have a stoppage of some sort. Again, Renegades with possession. Everything's looking right as far as our clock. Everything is right as far as where we're at in the game. But they're not explaining why the clock stopped. I think they're reviewing the play of what just transpired. They're trying to see if there's pass interference because there's a little bit of a trip up. Try to give them a first down on that. I guess that's why they're reviewing it. Yes, super challenge. That's what they call it. Good old super challenge. Super challenge. Over here. Let's see if he gets adjusted. It might. Regardless, somebody at the end of this game is still taking. If you haven't done so, hook a brother up with clicking that like button below, whether you're watching this on YouTube or X, Twitch, well, X formerly known as Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, these main platforms right now. It helps us out in the algorithm, gets more eyes on the product as we are live. Sick Diggy's out here. I know he is. He says I sound clear and the music isn't overpowering when I actually am playing the music. Here it is. There it is. Super challenge is still taking place out here in the stream. All right, clock is now going. I adjusted and turned it down a little bit. Let me see. All right. Little handoff on 1st and 10. Clock is going. Let me adjust it to affect what we have now on 2nd down. I was my apologies. I'm gonna have to go read the play-by-play sheet and see what that actually was because sick. I'll explain what I was doing here in just a second. Let me adjust all this and get us caught up here. It is at 3:08. The clock stops. Third down, 3rd and 8. Due to that incomplete pass. Yep, clock is running, but there's a little bit more time. There we go. Now it's even. 3rd and 8. Renegades have that. Then I'll go ahead and announce what I was doing here in just a second, just so we're all on the same page. So kind of went quiet for a second, but now we have music in the background, if you can hear it. 3rd and 8. 2:40 on the clock, 3rd quarter. Luis Perez drops back. Connects with Sal Cannella for a 1st down. Sal Cannella again reminding me of Sam Motherfather and Laporta. Clock continues to run. 3rd and 10. There it is. Sal Cannella doing his job here tonight. 1st and 10. Let's see what happens in the remainder of this contest. Will he add more points? As they are only up by 6. They passed midfield. They're now at the 36, I'd say, as a result of that run by Kalen Ballage. It's now 2nd down. 2nd down, I'd say 2nd and 6 for this team. They should give him at least 4 yards on that, maybe 3. Yep, 2nd and 4. So they gave him 6 yards on that. I was a little off. Again, I wear glasses. Give me a break. I wear glasses now. Come on. You can bring in the 4-eye jokes if you want to. 2nd and 4. Clock continues to run out here. The clock is correct in sync with the UFL action. Another handoff to Kalen Ballage, who's going to get... he's taken down about the goal line. So 3rd down now. 3rd down. Luis Perez, the quarterback, 18 to 26, 151 passing yards. Still yet to complete a passing touchdown. Shame on him. Again, if you're just now tuning in, if you are not a bot out there, if you're a real person, hopefully you're all out there real watching this on X, Twitch, or on YouTube. Click that like button. Helps us out with the algorithm. Gets more eyes on the product. I greatly appreciate it. 3rd and 4. Perez drops back. Throws it to number 21, Bennett. He completes it, but was he in bounds is the question. I believe he was. Clock stops at 33 seconds. And yes, they're going to give him the 1st down. 1st and 10. They are now in field goal range. They can basically get back the points that they gave up to the Stallions on their last drive and be back up by a whole possession of 9-3. We'll have to see. We will have to see, as again, we are live for the Total Football Talk Extra play-by-play brought to you by SIRTOBA Media out here in these streams. It's 1st and 10. There's 2 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, as this will be the last play of the quarter, and there will be an incomplete pass to end it. It is now the end of the 3rd quarter. As we now go into the final quarter, it's still 9-3. Renegades over the Stallions. They're going to take another commercial break, and so will we. We'll be back with the final quarter of this game after this next commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text, delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
And it looks like the commercial breaks are over for Fox as well as for us for right now, as we are at the start of the fourth quarter. Let me go ahead and bring my camera back. There I am. As Luis Perez in the shotgun, 2nd and 25. I did not get that penalty, I guess, that happened before the start. Sal Cannella takes it for what looks like a negative play of a yard or so. Let me go ahead and get the clock straight here, because that was just a lot for me to endure right here as the commercial breaks ended. 14:49 as the clock stops. We have a scuffle here. Potential fumble by Sal Cannella as well. Officials are huddling around. This is insane. At least need to put 2nd and 25 before all that took place. Yeah, showing the replay. He fumbled it. Now, did they recover it to go out of bounds? The Stallions recovered it. It looks like we've got a ball game. We may actually have ball. It was 2nd and 25. A little dink and dunk pass. A little out route. They tried to do some knockoff hook ladder BS. And it didn't work out. Sal Cannella, who's been money for the past 2.5 weeks, or I would say 2.5 games, because this is halfway through. They're under official review with 14:49 on the clock. I guess it would technically be 3rd down. And no, it's not technically not anything, because if you fumble it here, it's 1st down Stallions. If they say he's out of bounds or by loss of non-forward progress, then they have it with about a yard or two loss. It would be 3rd and 27, I would say. So there's a lot that can happen right here. We got some comments flowing. I'll get you guys here acknowledged here in just a second once we figure out what in the blank is going on. This is absolutely wild. Some of these plays tonight have just been absolutely doing this to me. They have. They've been terrible. Absolutely terrible. Still under official review. They are still looking at it. 14:49 on the clock. If you're watching WWE SmackDown in the background, we got a women's match. Tiffany Stratton against Roxanne Perez. They are still under official review. They are not playing around out here in these streams. Still under review, man. I can't believe it. Yes, I have two screens up. One with the game and one with the other. So it looks like the Stallions do not recover. Oh, wait, no, they do. They give up the ball. It's 1st and 10, Stallions. They said play stands. They called it a fumble. There's going to be an 8-yard pass by Corral to get this thing going real quick with 14:37, 36. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm on cue with that. It's 1st and 10. Now 2nd and 3 as a result of that 2nd and 3 for them by getting that play off there quick because they didn't update me on my little teleprompter thing fast enough. So 2nd and 3. Clock is right. Set of downs is right. Do we have a little bit of movement up front? Nope. They're going to get the play off. It's going to be a completed pass to 17 Williams, the receiver for the Stallions. Marlon Williams. 14 minutes now it is, but they have a first down. So we can go ahead and reset that. 1st and 10 for this team, known as the Stallions, who have a chance. You say there's a chance, and there is right here. 2nd down. Matt Corral, 10 of 22, 149 passing yards, 1 interception. Still unable to get things done so far productively for them to actually put a touchdown in the end zone. And a little dink and dunk pass outside to number 13, Davis. Maybe a gain of a yard. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say it's 3rd and 6. Let's see what they do. Yep, 3rd and 6. I was absolutely correct. Little dink and dunk pass. Third and 6 out here. Let's see what happens. Gets the play off. That's going to be an incomplete pass with 12:43 on the clock. Let's go ahead and adjust that. It's going to be 4th and 6. And what do? 4th and 6. You're Birmingham. You're down by 6. You really need to get back into this game. Where you're at, don't believe you're in field goal range. I could be mistaken. No, they're going to punt it. Quick 3 and out. Didn't really make much of a difference for them. So it's going to be 12:21 on the clock when they punt it. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the time once the Renegades receive it. It's going to be 12:15, but there is a flag. So let's see what this flag is as the Renegades get the ball back. No, I didn't even update the possession for you, so my apologies. Doesn't matter. It was so quick. It was a 3 and out. They got the ball back that fast. But the flag is on whom? Because I did not catch that. As I was clicking buttons and getting things adjusted, I didn't expect anything crazy to happen on a punt, but apparently there was. Let's see if it's enough to give the Stallions the ball back with the 1st and 10. What did they do? Gotta be careful not to knock the camera off again. Let's see. Did it freeze? 4th and 1. Don't tell me it was 12 players on the field again? What is up with this team and having 12 players on the field? I gotta look at this play-by-play again. There's no way. They're gonna go for it on 4th and 1 now instead of punting it. This is insane. 12:15 on the clock. They go for it. Corral slings it out to Sternberger, but there's a flag. They don't even complete the play because there's another flag. All start on the offense. You're not going to have a 4th and 6. It's going to go back to where we were just at. There's no point even having that play. We just wasted time. We literally just wasted time with that here on the stream of the week. It's still 9-3. Good on me for just still leaving the flag up there this whole time, but I'll take it off now so you can see the 4th and 6. This is absolutely wild. Thank you to the couple of you who clicked the like button since getting in here. There's another punt, and this clock will stop at about 12:08. Go ahead and adjust it here. 12:08 will be on the clock here. Finally, the Renegades are going to get the ball back on that punt. We're going to see what they can do here. They're going to commercial there. I'll get to your comments here shortly, as we are live here on the Friday night game, but the TFT Extra stream of the week.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be rep right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text, delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And welcome back, as we are back from our commercial break. We are live for the TFT Extra stream of the week. I'm your host, Drew Willingham, as we are back for this live action between the Birmingham Stallions, who are hosting this team known as the Arlington Renegades. When you look at what we've seen tonight, there is 12 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock. The Renegades up by 6. You know, the drives this season for the Stallions, they've converted 11 punts, 6 turnovers, 4 field goals, and 3 touchdowns by the end of a half, between the end of a second half. So looking at what they've done, hasn't been pretty. And now you give Luis Perez the ball back, who has an incomplete pass, but he does have 169 passing yards now on 20 completions out of 29 attempts. So let me go ahead and adjust this to second down in the clock to 11:57 as it is running right here. And I think that now we are synced up. 2nd and 10 here for this game. How are you guys doing out here in the chat? Let me know how you're doing. Comment whether you're watching this on YouTube or X, formerly known as Twitter, or on Twitch. It's now 3rd down as a result of a handoff to Day Hunter, who does not gain enough for the first down. Looks like it'll be 3rd and 8. Hit it a little bit too much. 3rd and 8 right there. As Six says, when it comes to the wrestling, earlier it was Ray Phoenix making his debut tonight against Humberto Garza. So with all that being done, you got him and Penta from AEW debuting recently. That's been pretty cool to see too. So very nice. Looking forward to WrestleMania next week. Nice little dump pass to Day Hunter on the 20-yard line, but they're not going to have enough for the first down. It's going to be about 4th and 5, I would say. Maybe 4th and 6. Clock continues to run. The Renegades are going to punt it back. It's 4th and 5. 10:40 on the clock. Yep, clock's synced up right. Let's see what other comments we got here as they get ready to punt. Sick Diggy says, turn it up. That's when we were talking about all that. I was seeing all that, and he said that I sound clear now with the music. It's not overpowering. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and bring that back. A little bit of music in the background. Says no problem for that. He says he's also checking out the week 1 and 2 highlights. Team MBS Media is also here saying that this is fire, and I greatly appreciate the support of you guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. There is 10:11 on the clock. The ball has been punted back to the other side. The Stallions have the ball. See what they do with 10:11 on the clock. See you here at the other side. Looks like we got a commercial break by Fox. We'll take 1-2. See you here on the other side of this next commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text, delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Welcome back from the commercial break. They now have the ball back, them being the Stallions, who drop back, and there's a completed pass. Completed pass to number 88, Johnson, from Corral. There's a first down. Awesome. Let me go ahead and take the commercial break down. Let me go ahead and do this, because they just did this. They do. They just literally did that to me. As now, it's a 1st and 10 again. The Stallions do have the ball, but there's some time off the clock. So I'm going to go ahead and take some time down. It is 9:42, considerable amount of time. Oh, they're going to say that was an incomplete pass. Oh, wow. It's crazy. 9:35. Now they get the completed pass. It is now going to be about 3rd and 2 on that one. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I missed that one because I was clicking buttons and coming back from the commercial break. I timed it. I'm doing my best to time these commercial breaks, and I've done decent to where I've gotten back right as they're getting back on the field. And then there's also been times where they take so many commercial breaks. I didn't realize how many commercials they take until I started doing this and actually clicking the commercial button. They take a lot, but it also gives me a chance to take a break too. So I was like, you know what? Even though I need to update my commercials, I figured I might as well take some commercials too. So that's where I've been at with that. That's why you've seen a lot of commercials here and plugs from my other programs. Because they got to get some love too, you know. It's now 1st down and 10. Let me go ahead and reset that. It's the only thing I wish they had these two in the same block. I wonder if I can move them. No, you can't move them. They got to change that with this platform, with this scoreboard thing. But yes, everything else is correct. It is 1st and 10. Stallions do have the ball. The clock is correct. Corral drops back about midfield. Incomplete pass. Wow, almost interception. It's going to be 8:26 on the clock as it stops with the incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. Stallions, it's go time now. I've been saying that for a while throughout this game, but it's go time now. You have got to score here. You really do. You got to stop messing around. You really do, because you're about to find out that you're going to take another L and have a losing record for the first time in a long time, being 1-2. Even though, yeah, you were 0-1. I don't really count that, but I'm talking about multiple losses. 1-2. You got a completed pass now down at about the 17. Great job by number 81 of the offense, doing his thing. Wow. Corral getting some help, man. He finally is getting some help out here. 81 on his offense. Got to give a shout out. Jordan Thomas is tight end. And not the Jordan Thomas formerly of the Commanders. He is a tight end and plays the same position. Clock is right. But they are now down on the 16-yard line. My apologies. Corral trying to escape a sack on this 1st and 10 play. Runs it out to the 10-yard line and runs out of bounds with 7:13 on the clock. They're going to say about 2nd and 1. I thought he had the 1st down. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Oh, wait, no. Maybe the line was wrong on the screen for what they had, but they're now saying 2nd and 4. And they had the clock running, even though he went out of bounds. That's why the whole way that they do this really screws with me with doing this own thing, because I'm used to doing it the way the NFL does. But the way they start and stop their time is completely different. Look in the comments here on YouTube. Sick Diggy, he said it earlier, there's somebody who basically decides what the fate is. It's like somebody's playing God each game with the rules. 3rd and 4 now as a result of an incomplete pass, 6:42 on the clock. 3rd and 4. And yes, I mean what I say when I said somebody's literally playing God out here with the time. Yes, it is now correct, and I'm synced up with it. But the way they had this thing set up as well, Matt Corral, quarterback for the Stallions, 14 of 30, 192 passing yards, 1 interception. Still absolutely sucks. This is their first red zone trip of the night. They're now on the 10-yard line. 3rd and 4. Corral rolls out to the left. Incomplete pass. We're going to have a 4th and 4 with 6:09 on the clock. 4th and 4 for this team. Wow. Their offense has been playing like this tonight. I mean, I expletive you not. They're 4th and 4. What do? Do you go for a field goal here? I think they're going to go for it. This being on the 10-yard line, they're inside the goal. Yeah, you kind of have to go for it now. Clock is right. 4th and 4. They're 1 for 1 on 4th down conversions tonight. Corral drops back, throws a dart, but they're going to say incomplete pass. No pass interference. 5:37 on the clock. Turnover of downs to the Arlington Renegades. Great play by the Renegades defense. Not a terrible call by the Stallions, but no, wait, no. Corral, looking at that again, he throws to Thomas in triple coverage. Yeah, you deserve to not have that one, buddy. They're going to commercial break, and so will we. 9-3 Renegades at the break with 5:37 left in this game. Ouch.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered the winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Welcome back, Total Football Talk Extras, play-by-play stream of the week. As we are here for these two teams, Renegades and the Stallions. And right now it is a close game, 9-3 between these two teams. And the Renegades have the ball on their own 10-yard line. And it's a handoff to Ballage, who gets stopped back for about a negative 4-yard loss, second down. Go ahead and fix the clock to where, yep, second down, and let's go second and 14. If I were to guess. Yep, exactly right. Second and 14. Let me go ahead and do that and take this graphic off the screen. Bring myself back up here. With that, there we go. Here I am, back on the screen. Second and 14. Clock is correct. Set of downs is correct. Pass number 3. Gain for about 4 or 5 yards. Here. Hey, yep. Taken for about 4 yards. Third down. What are you going to do? 3rd and 7. You got 7 yards on that. You cut your deficit in half as far as that goes in yardage. There's still plenty of time. If you give this back to the Stallions, there's still plenty of time for them with all their timeouts in their pocket. Perez drops back, 3rd and 7. Tosses it out to Isaiah Winstead, who gets the first down at the 20-yard line. He's going to get stopped. Winstead gets the first down. 1st and 10 for the Renegades. And they're looking strong right here. You get another first down or two, this game's over. That's the way I got to look at it right here and now tonight. First and 10 for this team. 3:46. Yep, everything's right. 1st and 10 right here. Let's see what they do. They're gonna run this down. Play clock stopped at 0. 3:36 on the clock. Delay a game penalty is what it looks like right here and now. As there is a flag. 3:36. I'm going to guess it's going to be delay a game with the way that play clock went down, and it's going to be 1st and 15. Yep, 3:36 on the clock. Flag goes away. Renegades getting some. I think they're trying to add more to what they have to do to try to take away more time. This is strategic. It's Perez, who's 23 of 32 for 186 passing yards on the day. Still getting it done. They hand it off to Ballage, who takes it up for about 4 yards. Clock is now running. Everything's synced up for that. Well, about a second ahead. So, yep, now we're spot on. 2nd and 13 is what we have. As he ran that for about a 2-yard positive gain. It looks like we got Randy Orton versus LA Knight on WWE SmackDown. See that on my other monitor right now. Sick, let me know in the comments, is this for the United States Championship? As I see the LA Knights walking out there with the U.S. Championship. This be Randy's way of getting into WrestleMania now, with the U.S. Championship on his shoulder to host a match since Kevin Owens had to step out due to injury. You let me know. Now 3rd and 13 as a result of myself wandering over to professional wrestling for a second. The clock is running, so let me go ahead and adjust that to reflect where we're at. Yep, that is now spot on with that. 3rd and 13, that is correct as well. Luis Perez needs to convert here. Well, nope, he takes a timeout with 2:24 on the clock as they were about to lose more yardage with another delay of game with 1 second left on the play clock. They are now down to 1 timeout as they take their 2nd timeout of the game. 3rd and 13. We'll take a commercial break, and so will we. When we come back, I'm going to acknowledge your comments, and as we will get closer towards the post-game report. See where you guys are at here on the other side of this commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Group. Total Football Talk Extra.
As we're back, because they are back. They took like a quick 7-second commercial, which was weird, but pass completed by Luis Perez. It was 3rd and 13. He completes it to... They cut away so quick, I don't even know who. I'll have to go to the play-by-play and tell you on the other screen and read it. But the Stallions take their first timeout of the half. So there's 2:19 left as it's 4th down as they didn't get enough to get the first. So it's now 2 timeouts for the Stallions, 1 for the Renegades. Here and now. 4th and 7. 4th and 7 action. Little 4th and 7. And they're going to punt it. That should be 4th and 9. Clock's going to go down to... As they go down at the 29-yard line as the Stallions receive this with 2:09 on the clock. Corral jogs onto the field. 1st and 10 if they take the actual legit commercial break here. We will skip that and go to the comments. But it looks like they're going to stay here because they're going to wait for the 2-minute warnings. That's what I was going to wait for another commercial break, is a 2-minute warning would be a legit one they'd actually take and not a 7-second psych nog got him timeout. Timeout / commercial break. 2:09 on the clock. Stallions with possession. I'll go ahead and update that for you. They're down by 6. This is your last hope. You have played absolutely terrible all game.
Who's giving them the business?
What the Renegades have done to you. But it's 1st and 10. You have the ball. 2:09. The referees are huddling up with Bob Stoops talking to him right now as the play clock stopped at 9 seconds as well. Looks like they're up to no good, trying some Wild stuff out here on the side. Not sure what they're doing. We got another super challenge. Well, while they're going to the super challenge, I'll go to the comments section. As Melvin's here, he says, good evening all. As well as Sick Diggy here in the YouTube chat saying good evening at Melvin and at Team MBS Media. Good evening to both of you guys. Appreciate you. So far, this game has been an artillery duel between the field goal units. Absolutely. Will the Stallions be able to capitalize if it's their ball? We're about to find out. That's a good question. You asked this about 30 minutes ago, and they didn't come through then. Well, this is right around the 2-minute warning, and they still are having this question answered. Will they be able to capitalize? We're about to find out. No, the suspense is correct. Push the tush, fellas. Push the tush, as they did. And an illegal player on the field is a false start, then a punt. What a waste of a drive, absolutely. And on this one, the call stands. They were super challenging if there was a turnover by the Stallions, and there was not. I got 2 more comments to get caught up to. I'll do that here shortly. Sick Diggy has 2 comments left here in the chat. I'll get that here, as well as any other ones that you guys decide to throw out there between now and when I can get to it. So 1st and 10. Corral, with about 74 yards to go, airs it out to Sternberger outside, catches it about the 33-yard line. That's how we're going to have a 2-minute warning. Stop right there. It's going to be 2nd down, but it looks like he got at least 3 or 4 yards. I'm going to give him 4 and say 2nd and 6 before we go to the 2-minute warning commercial. See you guys here on the other side.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side, commanders.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these 2 football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're here for the Total Football Talk Extra play-by-play stream of the week. We're here to show you these 2 teams, known as the Renegades and the Stallions. It's been a pretty close one. Like Sick Diggy said earlier, it's been the battle of special teams. I said it was 2nd and 6 going into that 2-minute warning commercial break, and we're about to find out if that was true or not. As we are back for this contest between these 2 contests. I was actually spot on with that. Corral, has about 76 yards to go. Well, no, 66 yards to go. He's inside the 30. Incomplete pass. It's 1:54 on the clock. It's going to be 3rd down and 6. Wow. It's been a while since the Stallions have had a home loss. I'm going to say a few seasons. Corral, 15 of 34, 196 passing yards, 1 interception. Trash numbers today. I mean, he's thrown. Yeah, it's been pretty bad. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't. He's dropping back, 3rd and 6. Incomplete pass, 4th and 6. Wow, absolutely terrible. On behalf of this team, the effort by the receivers has been decent, but I feel like it could be better. They are just not the same football team that we saw last year, ladies and gentlemen. They are not. 4th and 6. Absolutely sad to watch. It just really is. Line it up, 4th and 6. They're going for it here. And it's going to be an interception. Interception by the Arlington Renegades. This should ice it up, as with 1:40 on the clock, the Renegades are down. And now, with what looks like it's going to be sealing it up with a 9-3 victory if they are careful with this. The Stallions still have 2 timeouts. The Corral throws another interception. And I didn't get to click the touchdown button a lot tonight, only once, but still, it looks like that's going to be the most effective, as on a 4th and 6 play, you drop back to about the 26-yard line and throw an interception, and the referees are huddling up. I don't know how you can give this back to Birmingham. I don't know how. I really don't know. It's under official review somehow. How? But for what? Potential offsides or encroachment? There's a little bit of movement on the line, but even if so, if you do that, if it's encroachment, you get 5 yards. It's 4th and 1. It still helps you out, so you don't have to go as deep, and you can do a little dink and dunk. There's been a lot of official reviews. This has been kind of a controversial game as far as the amount of times they've had to go to the booth. I would say that's my official thought on it. But it looks like Arlington still have the. Yeah, they're talking to Arlington. It looks like they're going to still remain with the football. Oops, took off his headset for a second, put it back on. It's 4th and 11 because of a penalty on the Stallions. So they're going to make it 4th and 11. Are they going to actually punt it, or are they going to go for it again? So there was a penalty on the Stallions and they accepted it? I mean, on the Renegades and they accepted it. That's weird. There was a penalty on the Stallions, and they accepted it because it was 4th and 6. Now it's 4th and 11. Yeah, because the movement on the line, false start, they accepted it to make them go for it on 4th and 11. So that interception actually doesn't count. That's wild. Usually you would see them just accept it. And does he catch it? No effing way. Number 17 catches it, but he's hurt. Williams catches it, but he's hurt. He's down. Oh, that's not good. It looks like the Stallions convert for the first down on that, but the way he was twisted backward is not good. He got off the field really fast, so doesn't waste any timeouts. It's at 1:40 because they stopped it on that. But they do get the first down. 1st and 10, and I also need to, because of all that craziness with all this official review BS, it swaps it back over to now a 1st and 10, and the Stallions have the possession. This has been a crazy game. Really, really crazy. What do you guys think? Whether you're watching this live or in the replay, what do you think? Let me know out here in the comments. Yeah, they're looking at this replay again. He was twisted up pretty bad. How you gonna? There's another penalty you can call on that? No. It looks like there's been another timeout by the Renegades. They've taken another one with the 1st and 10. Oh no, my apologies. The Renegades have already, because of they messed up on a challenge, they lose a timeout. Stallions went down to 1 on that, so they didn't lose anything on that. And it looks like there was almost another interception there, but it was an incomplete pass altogether as Payne on the other side for the Renegades couldn't come up with it. It's now 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10, 1:36 on the clock. What do you do here? If you are the Birmingham Stallions, 2nd and 10, you're not at midfield quite yet. You're on the 40-yard line. You got 60 yards to go. It's 1:36, 2nd and 10. You got 3 shots here if you don't convert on the first 2. As you do catch it there, 81 takes it out past the first down marker, past midfield, and they're looking good for the first time in a minute. Finally, some life within the Birmingham Stallions. It's 1st and 10 for them. Matt Corral now 17 of 38, 224 yards, saved by that turn back decision earlier, which is what gave him now only 1 interception instead of 2, because they recalled that. And that's how they still have the possession here if you tuned out a little bit earlier. 1st and 10, 1:30 on the clock. Goes down to 0, but they let him go with it. Completion to number 13 on the side. It looks like we're going to have a 2nd down. I don't think he got it, but it'll be a 2nd and 1. I don't think he got the first down. I'm going to give him 2nd and 1 on that. Will there be another official review? No, but they will give him a first down. Okay. I was going to say he was about a yard short. But they are finally moving the ball. This is kind of a controversial drive. Why are the Renegades just kind of letting them move the ball like that? And let Corral make his way down the field with this team looking like Joe Montana. As he steps back to about the 38. He escapes the defender. Throws it deep down into the end zone. Almost intercepted. But it's going to be an incomplete pass with 1:15 on the clock. It's now 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10. Renegades are holding on. As the Stallions cannot kick a field goal here. They need to score. You score a touchdown, you tie it up. Then you have to get the extra point, whether it's a 1, 2, or 3-point attempt in order to win this game. But you got to get in the end zone first with 1:15 on the clock. It's 2nd and 10. What do you do if you're Matt Corral? It's the play that gets off, and it looks like it's going to be a rush by Matt Corral. Clock continues to run. 3rd down, but you got it to about 3rd and 2, I would say. Yep, 3rd and 2. That's what they're going to give you. Clock continues to run. It looks like a handoff to the running back. Was it Marable or was it Person? I'm not sure, but the clock stops at 47. It was under a minute. They'll probably reset once they set the ball. It's 1st and 10 based on the run. I'm going to say it was about Person. Could be wrong. Now that the ball's set, clock is moving. It's 38, 37, 36. Everything's right. It is 1st and 10. Birmingham does still have a timeout left, but Corral slings to the end zone. It's a touchdown! It's a touchdown, but a flag. A touchdown, but a flag with 26 seconds left. Finally, I got excited in this game. But who's the flag on? Who is the flag on as Johnson, number 88, scores it in the end zone? What is this for here? Cade Johnson finally gets a touchdown. It looks like it's going to be declined. It looks like Birmingham was not the ones at fault. I can finally click it. Let me take this away so it doesn't take away from it. We have a touchdown by the Stallions. Here you go. I clicked the graphic. There it is. Finally, it is a tied up 9-9 game with 26 seconds left. They're going to go for the 1-point attempt. The Stallions are, which will be from the 2-yard line. The 2-yard attempt to go up 10-9. Or will we be tied? Corral runs it up the middle, and it's in. For 1-point conversion, it's 10-9. Stallions who have their first lead of the game. Wow, this is insane. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know here in the comments what you're feeling now the fact the Stallions have turned it around. This might have been the right choice for the TFT Extra Stream of the Week. Looking back on it, I was thinking about trying to do the late game on Sunday between the Battlehawks and the Defenders at 3 o'clock, but I don't know. I don't know if I can top this one or not. But I might try those still if I got the time. I knew I had the time for tonight. I didn't know about tomorrow. But I figured. Well, no, not tomorrow. It's tomorrow, Saturday. Don't have time. We got things going on Saturday. But might have time for the Sunday afternoon game, the 3 o'clock game. For another stream. But it will not be the stream of the week. It'll just be a play-by-play. Because I think this is the stream of the week. Finally picked one right. Or had the opportunity in scheduling to do the right one, as it's 10-9 with 26 seconds left. Renegades are about to get the ball. No timeouts. Stallions still have a timeout as they scored with still holding on to that one timeout just in case something crazy happens here. So the 26 seconds they're about to kick this thing off. Where officially the Renegades have it. Did they let it bounce? So no, they're going to take it and return it. And it's going to go past the 20, past the 25, up to about the 31, I would say they give him credit for. It takes 6 seconds off the clock instead of letting it go, but you did get an extra 10 yards rather than taking the kneel down, which would have put you to 20 per UFL rule. 1st and 10 on 20 seconds left. Renegades have it. You got to do something. Get into field goal range real quick, get out of bounds. You might have 2 or 3 quick plays. You might get that done within 20 seconds. Or at least 2 average-size plays. 20 seconds left to go. Renegades have the ball. Luis Perez in the shotgun. Standing on the 25 as the ball's on the 32. Toss out to Tyler Vaughns, who takes it down to about the 45. Clock continues to run. It's the first, but it wasn't enough as they stop it. They spike the ball to where it goes down at the 12 seconds. All right, so 2nd and 10 based on spike of the ball. 12 seconds left on the clock based on what Luis Perez did. You're on the spike, you go back a little bit. You're about the 43-yard line of your own. Skip Holt's taking his headset off. Like they won the game already, even though there's still 12 seconds on the clock. Missed opportunities by the Renegades tonight. They should be up by more, or they should still be leading this game right now, but have scored more. The fact they only scored 3 field goals, and now they have an incomplete pass by Luis Perez to take 6 seconds off the clock. It's now 3rd down and 10. I didn't update it previously from the spike, but yes, it's 3rd and 10 with 6 seconds on the clock. This is it. This Hail Mary time, be about a 65, 70-yard pass. Hail Mary time. The Commanders did it and held held that at home, and I was there for that back in October of last year. It was great as a fan to be at an NFL game and do that, but will that happen here? As we now have oh no, lateral backwards, and now it's dropped. Tyler Vaughn's dropped it. The final is 10-9. The laterals, it didn't work. 10-9 is your final score. I now have to adjust this to where you see that. No overtime. It is the final. We do not get an overtime tonight, as this game is now finally over, as we do have a final here tonight between these two teams, known as the Renegades, who were winning this game 9-0 at one point. Then it was 9-3, and then it became a 9-10 contest. They were losing 10-9 at the end. We're going to have a post-game show and talk about that and more after we come back from a commercial break.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side,
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra. Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side,
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk. Live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels.
Welcome back to the Total Football Talk Extra Stream of the Week, as we are back from one of our final commercial breaks of the evening, but we're about to go to the post-game report. I might have a special guest on here, Sick Diggy, as I just sent him an invite. He said in the chat that he was free, so it looks like Sick finally now has joined us here on Total Football Talk Extra.
Total Football Talk Extra.
Sick, welcome to the program there, my man.
Hey, what's going on, man?
You know, it was a great day as far as for one team to come back. And I'm trying to make this to where we can still see the scoreboard for the main one. Let me see. There we go. No, not. What about that one? Still clicking the button over here. There's Sick Diggy there.
Diggy time.
Over there. But when it comes to this here tonight, what were your thoughts when you have one team that's absolutely dominating for 1 second? You know, you have a team here in what we saw in the Arlington Renegades through 2.5 weeks. You know, they're undefeated. They're 2-0. And now they are here doing what they do, and they lost. They messed around and they found out. What are your thoughts here at the end of this game?
First of all, like I said, I went back and checked out the highlights of the past couple of weeks, like I said, and I was noticing certain things. Their previous game against the Houston Rednecks, right? Yeah. Drew?
No, the Houston Roughnecks.
Houston Roughnecks, excuse me. Roughnecks. Yeah. I noticed there were some inconsistencies because they came into that game still riding high from their win over the Brahmas. And they got a little complacent. It wasn't until they were able to make that stop at the end. Looks like here they didn't learn their lessons from last week. They were dominant. They kept pushing. It turned into nothing more than an artillery duel between the two sides. But seemed like their luck just ran out and somebody had a lapse in concentration. This comes down sometimes to lapse of concentration, mental fortitude. There's one thing we have physical fortitude, but mental fortitude and staying focused and staying in the game. That's why they say it ain't over until it's over.
Facts.
And you can never count any. And this should show. It should tell anybody in this league, considering like every team only has 8 games in the 10-week season, so they all each get like 2 weeks by. They get 2 weeks off.
Yep.
But you do not count anybody out. Every game counts, and you got to dig deep. And the Stallions kept pushing. They dug deep. It came down to somebody making one mistake, lapse of concentration on the defensive side, but that defense of the Arlington Renegades was amazing tonight. However, they just slipped up at the last moment.
They really did. I mean, breaking down the stats, Sick. I mean, it was I mean, it was dumpster Pelican numbers for one team for the majority of this game. And I'm talking about the Stallions. Like, on paper, they should not have won this game. Like, statistically, they should not have won this game. I mean, the Renegades had the ball 34.5 minutes in comparison to 25.5 minutes for the Stallions. You know, they did have close to about the same amount of drives as, you know, the Renegades had 10 in comparison to the Stallions 9. But the total plays were the same, 64 to 59. Total yardage wasn't far off by like maybe 52 yards, as the Renegades had 256 total yards to the Stallions 308. Like, you know, there was so many opportunities, so many missed opportunities that I said right there at the end of the game that the Renegades had that they didn't capitalize on because they were only averaging 4 yards per play, and they weren't getting enough to secure first downs there at the end of the game. So when you have 4 red zone attempts and you have 3 field goals out of 4 red zone attempts and no touchdowns. Well, no, my apologies. You did have 1 touchdown. But
yes,
when you have all that being said, and your players around you are playing, and they're playing hard, and you have you have a lead by a whole entire possession. It's 9-0. And you don't have a passing touchdown by Luis Perez. You don't have a rushing touchdown. It's only your field goal kicker that keeps you in the game by making 3 of 3 on field goals 100%. And the Stallions couldn't do anything on the other side, to where all they had was that one field goal on that one attempt by Mevis. If it wasn't for that last second surge there at the end of the game, with Matt Corral finally taking his QBR from like 30 at that point in the game to 64.6 and doubling it because he scored a touchdown. He was 19 of 41 for the entire day. Yeah, he hit 255 passing yards, but a lot of that's inflated based on what they did on that last drive. He still had
an interception.
He still had a 46.3 completion percentage, throughout the entirety of the game. But it took you till the end with that touchdown to double your QBR because you absolutely sucked. I mean, the way they were playing had me like this all game. Tell me your thought.
First of all, Carroll finally came through with the goods. But throughout that game, he was just inconsistent. There was bad play calls. Let's not forget also the penalties. The penalties also affected them, and that one interception. So the fact that he was able to come back from that shows mental fortitude. But throughout that entire game, he was slacking off. He was slacking. Luis Perez, he was putting in the work, but it was just not working for him. Nothing was not clicking for as far as the Renegades go. For the Stallions, nothing was working for them. Clearly, on both sides, for both teams, the defense came to fight. They didn't came to play; they came to fight. Although I will say, it's there's a lot of mental work that needs to be done, just to help them like regain focus and try to stay composed. Because all these penalties are just gonna eventually they're gonna add up, and they're gonna take a toll on your flow on the flow of the game eventually, and the overall product.
Absolutely, as with this week 3, we got a lot of great matchups, and we'll talk more about these here throughout the rest of this post game show. But for this one right here, for this tonight, our Friday 8:00 game between the Renegades and the Stallions, it was battle of the special teams, like you were saying throughout in this episode there, Sick Diggy, 10-9 right there. The positioning of the football through the punts, it made a difference. And, it was good to see Marquette King out there doing his thing as a punter for the Renegades. But even with what he did, it wasn't enough to close this thing on out, and position the Stallions far back enough to where they couldn't convert there at the end. I mean, when you're looking at that and looking at NFL players of the past, what are your thoughts, thinking of them potentially trying to find their way back into the NFL, and King being somebody who's very flashy, wasn't flashy enough for this Renegades team to get the win on special team?
I think that's the problem right there. So many players are so focused using this opportunity just to get back into the NFL, that they're overlooking what they need to be doing in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You're so. That's why I said you need to stay focused and composed in the game. I know, so a lot of them are hoping to, put up the numbers, be impressive, and hopefully get some attention from the NFL. But it's still early in the season. It's just we're now into week 3. I know it's a 10-week season, but guys, you guys got to put in the work day in, day out, week in, week out. And yeah, the defense, a lot of them have shown to be very impressive, and they're probably going to get a lot of buzz, a lot of attention. But the offense and special teams and everybody who was trying to be flashy and not be and just being inconsistent. You need to get your priorities right.
You got to have that priority straight. You can't have the inconsistencies. So, because that's what's showing right here with the Stallions and being right there. And I mean, they were able to capitalize on the Renegades because it was looking like that way for the Stallions, but still, a lot of that stuff got exposed throughout the game. But then they found a way to expose the Renegades at the end of the game.
Yeah,
where they were doing similar things. It's like they were taking them too easy throughout the second half because of what they're able to do and contain them throughout the first half. The Renegades defensive line was playing smash mouth football for 3.5 quarters. And then all of a sudden, throughout the last half of it, you're talking about losing the composure, inconsistencies, not knowing what the assignment was.
And getting tired.
Yes. It wasn't like getting tired like Anthony Richardson getting tired, was it? Like, no, he wasn't. He didn't set himself down because, hey, coach, I'm tired, and you put old Joe Flacco in. No, it was not like that. But what did happen was you saw some lethargic energy coming from one sideline, where the other sideline throughout the first 3.5 quarters didn't know what their assignment was till the last half of the game, until the other side appeared to either A, get a little too lethargic in their play and not play hard, or B, let up a little too much because they thought they had it in the bag. And they didn't. They absolutely did not. It was, it was tough to watch throughout the game, but it's like I said, toward the end, this game could totally end up being one of, if not the game of the week, because you look at how the games and the scores. I mean, you were looking at the highlights and everything, and if you go and you look at how the UFL scores were throughout the first 2 weeks, many close contests throughout the first 2 weeks. Last week, the closest one we had was between the Renegades and the Roughnecks. Yeah, it was 11-9, but the Renegades barely took that one out against the Roughnecks. And Cole and I were talking about this on Monday. If the Renegades played like this, like they did against the Roughnecks, and they do that against the team they're playing this week in the Stallions, they're going to lose. And look at what happened. Look at exactly what happened in this game. It's like when I said that, I'm about to find that clip and merge the two clips with this post game and then part of the play-by-play here, because I swear I called this. If they play this way at any point throughout the game, the Stallions are going to take advantage of it. I didn't know it was going to be at this spot at the end. I didn't know that the Stallions were going to be playing this bad up until this point, to where they finally flipped the switch. I didn't even do that good enough because my hands were a little sweaty. They finally flipped the switch, and they finally take advantage of what the Renegades were doing and finally get the conversion. Once they tied it up, and then they had the 1-point conversion where you have 2 yards to go, I had a feeling they were going to hand it off, and either Person Jr. or Marable was going to take it up the gut, or what happened, you have Corral, or whatever the hell his name is, quarterback, running up the gut, and he takes it in for a touchdown. And that's exactly what happened. Not a touchdown, but for the 1-point conversion. And with Matt Corral doing that, it kind of makes up for his bad play throughout the majority of the game, where he had a 30, QBR and an interception, and he threw like 70 yards on that last drive to finally get over 200 yards to where he was at 255. But it took him to the last drive of the game in under 2 minutes to literally do something special. So I'm not Stallions for the majority of this year. I was through 3 weeks last year. I was saying that they were the champs already. I was, or at least I was saying they were going to be in the UFL championship in week 3. I don't know anybody right now with what happened tonight, because if the Renegades won tonight, I was going to be on that bandwagon like I was the Stallions last year and say, because they were 3-0, they're there. But now you have these two teams at 2-1 as a result. Yeah, they're still at the top tier of the league, but you still have one undefeated team floating around out there. And that is when we have the matchup between the Battlehawks and the Defenders. That could still stay the same, as those are 2 undefeated teams that are still floating around. So the winner of this game Sunday afternoon will be the new number 1 seed in that division and number 1 in the UFL together. But sick, As a result of this, like you said with the 2 bye weeks, what are your thoughts now just in week 3? And we still have, like these 4 that are floating up right here. We still have 3 games left in this weekend. What's your thoughts heading into the remainder? Are you really excited for the Defenders and Battlehawks game at 3:00 on Sunday?
As far as they go, knowing just if they've been watching what happened tonight, my question is, who's gonna come to this game truly motivated? In fact, whose offense is actually gonna come to play and fight and try to do what they need to do to get the W? The last couple of weeks should show. I mean, hang on a second. Let me go back. Just need to go back to look at the stats, if I may, Drew.
Go ahead, rattle them off. We're here.
Just let me
Even though I got the transitions going, we are still here. We are still live.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just not need to go back and look at the previous scores of the last couple of weeks.
So do you want me to review them, or you're looking at them yourself?
No, I'm looking at them myself right now. But before I say what I say about that, I just want to say, first of all, to Matt Carroll, hats off to you, man. You redeemed yourself by pulling that right out of your rear end. He took a whole lot of Clearwater laxative to do that one, my friend. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Now, with that being said,
I mean, to do that and come back and win by 1 point, he took a lot of Clearwater laxative. You are.
Oh, he took a whole lot.
I will say I was muted for a second, but I was laughing in the background like because you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess you up like that.
No problems. It's for a good reason. It's for a good cause.
First of all, the DC Defenders, after their loss in week 1 and their win in week 2, they're going to come in pretty motivated, looking to put, bring the hurt and bring the fight to the Battlehawks. The Battlehawks are the only team right now who are 2-0. If they were watching this game, they realized, okay, we need to get our act together. We got to stay consistent.
Defenders are 2-0 also. That's why this Sunday is the battle of the 2 undefeated teams. They're both 2-0.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I've got the graphics, all that stuff ready for next week's Total Football Talk. I just got to.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying 3. I might do the 3:00 afternoon if I have enough time to do it Sunday, because that's the battle of the 2 undefeated teams, and they have played really well throughout the first few weeks of the season. That could end up being the stream of the week based on scoring back and forth. If you like scoring and like more impact action based on what both sides can do between their offense and defense. I kind of like that one, but I knew I had enough time to do Friday nights. That's why we're here tonight.
This was, we were surprised. Because like I say, it's not over. It ain't over till it's over, right? They pulled a surprise right at the very end. Now, with that being said, the Defenders, they realized, okay, we're 2-0. We saw how the Renegades were slacking. Let's not slack off on this game against the Battlehawks. No team should be taken lightly, no matter if they're 2-0, 1-1, 2-0, or 0-2. Nobody should take anybody lightly. You dig deep, you stay consistent, and this is where, and we saw tonight, the Stallions showed grit. And you got to show grit to maintain that to remain undefeated. And everybody knows, the longer you stay undefeated, the harder it gets. It's easy to be 2-0, but to go to 3-0, to go 4-0, the pressure that comes with it and how it mounts and how it takes a toll on your mental composure. This is something that a sports psychologist has to break down. I can't, as much as I want to pretend I'm in the heads of some of these players, I know they need to stay focused and not get sloppy. You stay sharp or you get sloppy.
Absolutely. You don't want to be sloppy out here on the football field, because that's where you get hurt.
Oh man. Hey, what happened? By the way, what's the report on one of the receivers of the Stallions. Was it one of the Renegades or one of the Stallions' receiver who got hurt?
17, yes. With the Stallions, he took a shot, and I mean a shot, to set up that first down. I mean, he actually converted the first down on that. Let me actually pull that up on the let's see. This is the first quarter play-by-play. Let me go to the fourth, because he was part of how they actually scored. This got to be to... It wasn't to Marable, because I know his number. I think it was to... What? No. Was this gentleman right here? Let's see. Who D. Davis. No, he was tackled by D. That's the interception that set them up. I don't know. I got to go back and see. I just know it was 7. Let me go back and look at the rosters real quick, because I have that set up here on the other screen, but I did not get an update on that beforehand. But if I go to Arlington Renegades, not the Arlington Renegades, but if I pull up, I've got that set up in a separate folder like the
Birmingham Stallions.
Their roster. What's that?
Was it Birmingham Stallions receiver, or was it the Renegades receiver who got banged up?
It was the Stallions, the one that got twisted backwards. I know exactly what you're talking about. It was Marlon Williams, number 17. He's the one.
Okay.
We do not have an update, but he is the one. He had one hell of a catch in the middle of the field to get the first down, which is what part of why they scored that touchdown there at the end. It was what set them up. And he got bent back. He caught it, leaned forward, and then was like bent backwards as his knees were going forward. I mean, he got up and still like ran off the field, but as he was running off the field, he kind of did this like worm thing. It looked pretty bad the way he was tackled backwards. Scared the expletive out of me, but I will say that if you go back and find the highlights of Marlon Williams bent backwards or whatever, you're going to see some type of highlight when they have the whole highlights at the end. Like when they have the whole game highlights for UFL for this game tonight, they'll have that in there, because the way that catch was, it was a first down catch, but he had to go off the field. He did not return for that drive. I do know that for a fact.
Yeah, just like how I remember, looking at the highlights of last week, what's his name? One of the Renegades receiver, he got knocked out in that game against the Houston and Roughnecks. I mean, in injuries and concussion protocols, I gotta ask, what is their concussion protocols like right now, as well as injury protocols?
The UFL, it looks like they've adopted the NFL's concussion protocol. So if it is concussion, but it doesn't. The way the tackle was, it wasn't like up at the head. It was like the middle of his body. He was just bent backwards. I don't think it was head injury, but I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. But for the game, he had 6 targets in the game. He had 4 catches for 41 yards. I mean, he was an impact for that offense, along with Amari Rodgers, who had 3 catches for 42 yards, Jordan Thomas, who had 2 catches for 44, and Cade Johnson, who had 3 for 63 on 6 targets. But the one letdown I'd say was for the Stallions, on offense at least, was Jay Sternberger, who had 2 catches for 26 yards on 5 targets, and he had that fumble down at the end zone earlier in the game when they should have had a touchdown there in the first half. And for that turnover was big, which for the amount of turnovers for the Stallions to have 2 with an interception, a fumble, they had another one that was called back, if you remember, based on a penalty that the Renegades accepted to be cute, to give them a 4th and 11 instead of accepting the turnover and getting it because of the way the field, the positioning was. Let them go for it on 4th and 11. That's when Marlon Williams catches. It's an 18-yard catch. I've been looking at all this while I've been saying this stuff on the other screen. 18 while it's 4th and 11 to give him the first down, and that's when he was bent backwards. So big play for Marlon Williams, but unfortunately he's going to be feeling it tomorrow. But like I was saying throughout all that, Jay Sternberger for the tight end and what he's meant to this team over the past few seasons, he needs to step it up if they're going to continue to win. The fact that they're at 2-1 right now is a miracle in comparison to the way they played the first 3.5 quarters. They reminded me similar of what the Tim Tebow-led Broncos were back in 2010, when 3.5 quarters they sucked, and then all of a sudden for the last half a quarter, the last drive or two, they finally score. So when you look at this for what it is, if you're playing like Tim Tebow and barely getting wins like you did tonight, if you're the Stallions and Matt Corral at quarterback, it's not looking good for your season when you've got the play-by-play like we had for the stream of the week, but it's a 10-9 ball game, and now these two teams are 2-1 through their 3 games through the first 3 weeks of the season. But other than that, looking at these games that we have for this weekend, this was this one right here. But for the other 3 games right here, which one are you excited about the most between this? Are you excited about seeing an 0-2 matchup tomorrow on Sunday? When you look at the 0-2 teams that we have here and now between the Memphis Showboats and the Houston Roughnecks, it's the Battle of the Toilet Bowl this upcoming Saturday, 4/12 at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. Or are you excited about the San Antonio Brahmas traveling to Michigan to take on the Panthers at Ford Field at noon on ABC Sunday? The 0-2 Brahmas taking on the 1-1 Panthers. Or, out of all these games, are you excited about seeing the teams that are undefeated right now? The DC Defenders. Your father this Sunday. How do you feel right here and now?
Right now, I want to see that. First of all, I'm excited about the Defenders and the Battle Hawks going at it for the utmost supremacy. Who's going to come out undefeated? Somebody's got to take a L. Somebody's got to take a L. However, I also want to see the Roughnecks and the Showboats go at it. Because both teams, you're 0-2. It's time to dig deep and time to bring the... Nobody wants to end up 0-3. Somebody's coming out there with a W.
They have to. They absolutely have to, because there's a team that shows up and takes the dub, and there's a team that shows up and takes the... Whether you like it or not, as we review this game here tonight.
Absolutely.
Between these two teams.
I mean, there's no overtime last time I checked.
There is.
Oh, there's overtime. Okay, it was overtime. But don't be surprised if either game, whether we're talking about the Roughnecks and the Showboats or the Defenders and the Battlehawks, if it does go into overtime. You got two teams. You got in both games. You got two teams who are going to feel the pressure, especially the Saturday game between the Roughnecks and the Showboats. They're feeling the pressure right now. You're 0-2. You need to bounce back, and bounce back with authority. You need to make a statement and let the other teams know, hey, we might have been down 2 games, but we're here. We're no pushovers. Whoever takes the L, their season's pretty much over.
Absolutely.
Pretty much over. Can you bounce back from 0-3 to make it to the playoffs? It could be possible, but highly unlikely. As for the Defenders at St. Louis, they're going to be fighting. They're going to be scrapping. Nobody wants to take a big, fat, juicy, deep-fried L. Sorry about that.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Speaking of which,
you're not sorry at all.
You're right. I ain't lying. But I will say this: before the Sunday game, I think it's only right we all head to the Church of Bishop Bullwinkle. and keep saying hell to the nah to all the nonsense.
Hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Hell no, to the no.
What's that?
With that.
Shout out to all of you who just tuned in between X, formerly known as Twitter, Twitch, and to those of you watching on YouTube, as we are still live 3 hours and 47 minutes into this. Started this at 8 o'clock when this game started between these two teams, as the game is now over between the Renegades and the Stallions. If you missed it, the Renegades lost 10-9 to the home team, the Birmingham, Alabama Stallions. Both teams are now 2-1 as a result of this mother-fathering game. As we've been talking about, we do have three other games after this, with 6 teams still left to compete throughout the weekend, with one game tomorrow on Saturday between the Roughnecks and the Showboats, both teams 0-2. The Brahmas of San Antonio, who are 0-2, traveling to Michigan to Ford Field to take on the Michigan Panthers Sunday at noon. And you also have the DC Defenders and the St. Louis Battlehawks, who are both undefeated at this mother-fathering time. Speaking as undefeated when it comes to entertainment that we try to do, brought to you by COMI Media and
SIRTOBA Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
With all that being said, I have a special announcement on tonight's stream. Next week, we have a new day and time. It's beginning next Friday, April 18th. You can see Cole and I for the main show, Total Football Talk, from 2 p.m. Eastern Time to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Friday afternoons. We're going to try this out for a few weeks and see how the flow of the audience goes, because ever since coming back from a little bit of a hiatus, it hasn't been as flowing as we would have hoped during that time frame. So we're trying something out. We may go back to that other time. We have not yet decided what the ultimate fate will be for that time slot, but we're going to try it out for Friday because the afternoon seems like an easier time to get individuals into a live show. But it also may be overall a better fit for both of us together for Fridays in the afternoon. So we're going to try it out. We'll see. We'll let you know based on the results. And hopefully you can come check it out live, as we have episode 80. 80 being a big number. But for the past couple of years with this show going almost every single week, we have episode 80, which starts off 2 p.m. to 4:30. Sick, what are your thoughts when it comes to our time change here for this show, for the main show?
Well, first of all, given you guys are going to be hooking up on a Good Friday, it's just going to be an even better Friday.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a good Friday, a great Friday, and it's going to be an even better Friday for all of us who love football.
And I'm even going to find a way to take a jab at
Okay.
So we watch him in the playoffs take it. Even though it's not football related, it's basketball, and it's LaFlop James.
And trust and believe, the clapping seals will be there to mock him every single minute he's on the floor.
I do not have that button, but I do have this.
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
When it comes to LeBron James,
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
as he is not.
Okay.
Oh, is that a total?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Well, if it is,
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
I'm saying this
What?
to you because
Stop it. Get some help.
he is not joking. He is not mocking.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
But the Lakers are better because they have Luka Doncic.
Acknowledge me.
I'll give you that. But they're not winning the championship this week or next week or next month or this entire season. They are not making it to June. They're not making it to win the NBA Finals.
You can't handle the truth.
By that point, they will be this. Off the rails with basketball for a second. Stick, how do you feel?
First of all, as far as the basketball goes, I can't say it any better. I couldn't say it any better. And never would I. Because you were on point. But I do know one song that would sum up La Bum, La Flop, La Never Has Been, and Never Would Be. And it was by a good man, Cole Johnson. I think you know which one I'm talking about. One way I could sum up LeBron. Actually, I was thinking more like trash.
That one we do not have queued up and ready to rock and roll, so my apologies for that.
Nah, it's cool. But hey, we're winging it, and we're having fun, aren't we?
Absolutely.
But man, this has been a good week. This has been pretty cool. Drew, listen, I gotta get going because it's almost 6 a.m. in the morning over here.
Well, thank you for joining the Ghetto Manning Cat, as I would like to call it. Call it to Ryan McCarthy before. And we'll go ahead and let Sick go, but I will stick around for a few more minutes if you want to see me on the other side, because I'm going to give you guys my grand champion snowflake of the game. Sick, thank you as always for tuning in, and hopefully we can see you in the comment section for a few more minutes as we stick around for another 7 minutes to make this a 4-hour festival show. Thank you as always for your time, brother, and I will talk to you here soon on the personal side outside of the show. But when it comes to this right here and now, we're going to take one last commercial break, and then when I come back, I'm going to talk to you about my grand champ and snowflake of the week before we get on out of here for this stream known as the Renegades and the Stallions. See you here on the other side of this last commercial break of this program known as TFT Extra Play-by-Play.
Total Football Talk Extra will return right after this. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be repped right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report, every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central, on the SIRTOBA Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Drew Willingham.
In this case, yeah, you put the blame on Kyle Shanahan for apparently not preparing the team enough for the overtime rules, supposedly.
Cole Johnson.
Peyton was considered a winner, and he was the darling of all darlings for Gerald.
With a special appearance by Tyrone Alizé McDummy.
Ain't nobody calling me. Text. Delete.
Join these two football enthusiasts as they give you Total Football Talk live every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on the SIRTOBA Media and the COMI Media YouTube channels. Total Football Talk Extra.
And we're back from the last commercial break of this program, and hopefully it didn't do this to you. Sorry, Cole, if I overclicked that button. I just love the expletive out of it. I really do. It's been fun. But, speaking of things that are fun, we're going to talk about it, at least for this game. It'll probably change by the time Cole and I get up next Friday for the first Friday edition of Total Football Talk in a while. But as far as tonight, when it comes to just the picks for tonight, a grand champ and a snowflake for tonight, I'm going to give you my pick for just this game alone. Hopefully, I still got it this late in the evening because I'm a little tired, but I tried to bark a little bit for the dog of the week. But my selection for the dog of the week is kind of tough because I was looking at the Renegades for most of the game as somebody to pick to be my dog of the week, but I'm going to have to actually go with Cade Johnson of the Stallions. I can't pick Matt Corral just because of how bad he was throughout the game, and I can't pick anybody from their running attack because their running attack absolutely sucked throughout the game. But for the Stallions, Cade Johnson, even though he did not catch 3 of his 6 targets, it was the fault of the quarterback and not of his own, and he had a 24-yard catch that he took in for a touchdown. I'm giving it to Cade Johnson. If it wasn't for his touchdown catch, Stallions would not have won this game. And he made Matt Corral look decent with that catch to give that score. I'm going with Cade Johnson as my selection for grand champ of this week.
Total Football Talk Extra.
Oh, yeah. It's that time for the snowflake of the week. And when it comes to the snowflake of the week, I would have given it to Matt Corral as the quarterback of the Stallions to the way he played for the majority of the game. If it wasn't for his last drive that he did and actually got a touchdown, which gave him 1 touchdown and 1 interception on the day and doubling his QBR from 32 to 64, I would have given it to him. But fortunate enough for him, he came back with that and didn't end up on this list. It's tough because I want to give it to the running core of the Renegades, but they had some flashes in the pan, which I can't really blame them for their total demise with not being able to score. I would say the defense didn't really set them up well, as it looks like the defense was just out of gas, and their entire play from their defense on that last drive, the scoring drive for the Stallions, where the Renegades gave up that touchdown to Cade Johnson, and the way they looked lethargic, I would say that would be my choice for the snowflake of the week, is the entire Arlington Renegades defense. You should be ashamed of yourself with the way you played, and that's why you, in general, as a whole, the entire defense, is my selection for snowflake of the week. It looked bowling shoe ugly, and I'll click it for you. For certain points in this game, but at some point at the end, one of these two teams was going to take the... And for the winning team, we were going to have to do this.
Acknowledge me.
And for that we will, because again, we'll acknowledge the fact that the Stallions pulled it out to now have the same record as the Renegades. They're both 2-1 with this 1-point victory, 10-9 for your final score. As we have a few more comments left. Sick Diggy gets congratulations by Melvin, who was in the house for his appearance here. He says he wants to join sometime. Well, Melvin, I will go ahead and do this for anybody that's watching this right now that ever wants to be a guest on this program. You can email SIRTOBAmedia@gmail.com. And I'm going to put that in the comments right there. You should see that between YouTube, Twitch, and X in the comments section, SIRTOBAmedia@gmail.com. You email that, we'll schedule a time where we can meet up on a video stream, and we'll test it out before we actually go live, since we've never worked together before. But yes, SIRTOBAmedia@gmail.com. You can contact us if you ever want to schedule an appearance on one of these platforms with myself or any of the others here on this platform. But between the other comments, Six said, "Where's the dogs at for the grand champ of the week?" And the rushing game of either side was shut down by the opposing defense. Yes. Hats off to Cade Johnson for that crucial catch. Yes. And the fact the Renegades defense made some crucial errors at the end that cost them the game, because they absolutely sucked at the end of the game. Can't take anything back. And that's how we call it here on
Total Football Talk Extra.
Now, if you guys want to...
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
Can't say it enough. Somebody had to take this. And we covered that to the point to where we covered that to the point to where we absolutely were able to include this along the way. Got me up. And for that we say,
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
As it's been a long, fun road here on this Total Football Talk Extra play-by-play. For the third one ever, this was a pretty fun one. We got Sick Diggy in at the end to have a little quick conversation about what he thought listening into this. And he is all the way from Norway, so he's not even in the United States. Shout out to him for being in another continent, tuning in and paying attention with us out here. As I got to thank you all for watching the SIRTOBA Media presentation of the Arlington Renegades and the Birmingham Stallions play-by-play with myself here tonight. As Six says, shout out to the Rap Rats. Exactly. The Rap Rats, they are out here in these streams. Shout out to all of you. Again, if you want to contact me, you can at SIRTOBAmedia@gmail.com to schedule an appearance on here sometime. If you ever feel the need, you want to come and talk sports or even anything outside of sport, myself, or anybody here on these streams, ever. That's why I say this tonight. As you got a chance to see some spring football tonight, as football is back. This is the third week. We still have 3 more games. UFL Week 3 action. I may be back Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time for the undefeated matchup between the undefeated DC Defenders and the undefeated St. Louis Battlehawks. I will keep you posted here on the interwebs. Stay tuned. But for tonight, this 10-9 matchup has come to a close. For the play-by-play action from myself, Drew Willingham, we're kind of taking into one badass outro to put this game to a close. For myself, Drew Willingham, Sig Diggy, and everybody else out here who participated within the comments section, everyone, as always, for myself, for yourself, your family, everybody out there who cares, please stay safe out here in these mother-father streets and streams. See you.